So you can see this is the prince and his mother, Princess Diana of Blessed Mary.
Yeah.
Here is another one. Waiting day of the prince and the princess. We have not finished. We are moving on. This is a symbol of our culture, reflecting our diversity.
Stories making headline news across African newspapers this Sunday morning. Nigeria's Senate okays death penalty for drug traffickers. TikTokers charged over Kenya police station prank. Chad's military ruler wins presidential election. Man freed 5 days after South Africa building collapse. Hunters join search for kidnapped Nigerian students. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex are ending their 3-day visit to Nigeria today. During the visit, Prince Harry told students in Nigeria it was okay to have a bad day. The Duke of Sussex told children at a mental health summit in Abuja, there is no shame to acknowledge that today is a bad day, that you left school feeling stressed. Their visit was part of a series of events linked to the Invictus Games, the sporting event for injured servicemen and women founded by Prince Harry, which celebrates its 10th anniversary this year. In Abuja, they were greeted by traditional dancers and met some primary school children. They later traveled to the neighboring state of Kaduna, where the state governor received them.
At this point, the governor will compare you with his dress. You look at the governor should help you. Yes. So I will invite General AVM Marcos to come forward to assist the governor in wearing this on the range. Yes, you can help. Yeah. But the prince is incomplete. It will be complete with this. Now, just like yes. Can you come close so that we have a good photograph?
It is 5:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 12:30 p.m. in New York City, 6:30 p.m. in Bulawayo, Zimbabwe, and 7:30 p.m. in Nairobi, Kenya. Wherever you're joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. For our viewers in America, we wish all the mothers happy Mother's Day today. May is Mental Health Month. Mental health is one subject that Africans do not discuss with the competence that it deserves. Unfortunately, it is the most impactful factor in the lives of Africans and the outcome of their various endeavors. The mental health of African leaders plays a significant role in their propensity to misrule more than anything else. For Africans in the diaspora, their ultimate success in their new societies is determined by how they manage their mental health. Dr. Stem Mahlatini, host of Dr. Stem's show and podcast, founder of the Global Training, Coaching, and Consulting Services Incorporated, and the Dr. Stem Empowerment Academy, is joining us to discuss Africans and mental health in a chaotic world. Dr. Stem, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Glad to be here. And, again, just like you say, happy Mother's Day to every mother around the world and everyone that takes the role of being a mother.
Thank you so much. I know your mom is somewhere. Have you called her? What is your plan for your mom?
I'm the firstborn of 7, so I'll be calling her at midnight. So I did call her and I spoke to her and she says, "You're the first one to call." I'm like, "Ma, I was the first one to see the world too." So
So do you? I know you have a lot of sisters. Do you compete over things like that? Who called first? Who bought what gift? How does that play out?
They know who the big sister is. So there's no competition. But the sweetest thing about my mother is she's so gracious, and she says, "Don't even worry about who gives more money or who gives more gifts, because as far as I'm concerned, I have 7, children. So just like I have 10 fingers, if somebody came and say, 'Okay, show me which one you want me to cut off,' I'll go, 'No, I don't want you to cut off any of my fingers.'" So she says, "I love you equally, and I love every one of you. Whatever you can give or cannot give, I know you love me." So there's no competition. So we've never had or felt the need to compete or to think that if I give $10 and the other one gives 200 or 100 or 500, then, what is mother going to think, or what is everybody going to think? No, which is a blessing.
Mm. Thank you so much. It's that's interesting. Today we are going to touch on issues of mental health. This is Mental Health Month in America, and Africans don't appear, most people say that we are yet to begin to have that kind of conversation, serious conversation around mental health in Africa. So we saw the Prince Harry in Nigeria. He appeared to be happy. I don't think he's happy when he goes to England the way he's happy when he's in Africa. Do you sense that by looking at him and how at home he felt? Have you been following the trip?
Yes, I follow him. But then, you know what? I'm one of those people that says, well, we're always assuming everything, right? Well, with all right, because based on his outlook, his affect, you can see that he's more relaxed with his affect when he's in Africa, and he seems to have a little bit more smile when he's over there rather than when he's home, right? So based on that, I probably can say, yes, he appears to be happy. But it reminds me of the mental health that we're talking about. We always see people and, everybody's happy or they seem to be happy, but this is just the outlook, what they're showing to the world. But what is inside is what's important as far as mental health is concerned, the struggle that goes there. So when you saw the picture and you're seeing him giving a picture of him and his mother, right? And it's like, oh, that's so nice. He gets a picture of his mother. For me, I'm looking at it, I'm like, here we go. Because we have what we call triggers. There are certain things that trigger us to have certain emotions. So I'm seeing that and I'm like, boy, it's Mother's Day. Here comes the biggest trigger of them all. He gets this year. The reminder is, yep, that was my mother. But what did they do to my mother? And what did they do to us? And look at so it just goes on and on and on. Whereas we are giving it as a good gesture. to say here is something, but we don't think of the mental health behind that, right?
Very, very important. And I know that we can't diagnose people by looking at them, even if we are professionals in that sense. But we know that when it comes to Prince Harry, even his book is called Spare. You know, they call him the spare tire, you know, like the one that will come in the prince, the actual the guy next to the throne, which is William, if he's not there. But now that William has kids, he's so far away from the line of succession, and people tend to think that that's part of what he's dealing with. The fact that, you know, have you studied anything like that? People who, because of their position in the family, it has impact on their mental health.
To be honest, when I look at that, and again, I've read it, and I have read some of the articles and everything. My thinking is it's sad because then the world seems to be so much into people's lives and so much into people's emotions and what they're thinking and feeling. So then they, I assume that, okay, well, maybe it's because he wanted to be next in line and he's not. And yet when we really look at it, it's way more, because then he doesn't like the exposure of being, from the time that he was a little boy. He's one that didn't want the media and people, his life. He wanted to just be by himself with the family. So now when it comes to being on the throne, that would have allowed more people to be impinging on his private life and his privacy, and then he wouldn't be able to do the work that he wants to do from the heart. So again, we can look at it from that way, but then I think he's one of those people that just, people have negated the fact that their emotions, feelings, and there's a human being in him that wants to be seen, to be loved, and to be, embraced in the community, whether it's within the, family, his immediate family, or the outside family, which, the whole of England could be a part of his family. But everybody has just put him on the side, because of the choices that he's making. And those choices, when you look at it, they're choices about him. We talk about self-love. We talk about, embracing yourself. He's one of those people also that have made choices that might not be acceptable to the family and to the community, but, the choices that he feels are good for him and his immediate family that he now has.
Mm. All right, let's go back to Africa and mental health. Where are we in the conversation? Have we started?
We have started. I know definitely in Zimbabwe we have started, and I'm very excited about that, because now we do have programs and psychologists, we have therapists in there that are now starting to address it. Do we have enough? Not anywhere near. Is it accessible to the people that need it? Not anywhere near. Because again, you can only access it if you have the money to access it. And there are some programs that are funded by the NGOs, but still not enough for, our people to access those programs. So it's interesting because, one of the things that I do, I'm a mental health professional myself. So I've been in private practice for over 25 years, where I provide individual, family counseling, couples counseling. And one of the things that I have done to start that conversation is 25 years ago when I started my practice, I knew for sure that our people, my people that look like me, feel like me, come from where I come from. When we talk about mental health in Shona, we say anopenga, they're crazy. He is crazy. She is crazy. And once you're put in that box of anopenga, everybody isolates you. Nobody wants to be around you. Nobody wants to, even talk to you or to interact with you or to help you out, right? And yet, though, that's the work now that I find myself in, where we come, we talk, and you get linked with medications if that's needed. So I started now, right, writing books. And in my writing those books, it was a way of reaching out to the people to just talk about normal life, but at the same time to knock on the door to say, listen, there are problems that we need to address mentally, physically, emotionally, in addition to spiritually, right? So the conversation is there, but I think we need to talk more. So now I go into the churches and I come in the church or even online and talk about mental health and provide myself where people can ask questions and we can talk and normalize mental health.
Now, that's in America. You're talking about in America, churches in America. Do you think that this conversation is happening in churches in Africa, apart from maybe capital cities, even in rural areas in Africa? Do people even know that there are things?
I don't think so, which is unfortunate. I don't think so that, they would have enough resources or enough people that can go in there and talk to them about mental health and teach them about mental health, as well. Because then mental health, in all essence, right, it also encompasses things like, how you think, how you feel, the values that you grew up with, and even the things that we take for granted here in America, the basic needs, the food on the table, the housing, those cause mental health, because then people are stressed. And stress is a big number one thing in mental health. People are stressed. They don't have the basic needs of just feeling like I'm a human being that is capable of not only providing for myself, but providing for my family. And without that, how can you even start talking about mental health? Because then mental health begins with, do I have a place to stay? Do I have food on my table? Do I even have, money for Tylenol? Because then they don't give Tylenol for free if I start having headaches, if I start having a back, if I fall down, if, God forbid, I have, leg that is swollen or something, I just wake up. How do I treat that? That's big mental health. People are dying right in front of other people because they're helpless, they're hopeless. And after seeing someone die or someone get ill to the point where you even try to have a drive to get money, 30,000 US dollars, you and I here, right here as we are, I don't have $30,000 in my account, and I'm not looking into you and your wife's bank account, but we just can't grab $30,000, like that and give it. But these people need that kind of money, in order for them to get treatment, in order for life. That's mental health. So the talk will need to begin at the leadership at the top, where we're providing the basic needs in order to even start preventing mental health problems in Africa.
Why is it not happening? There's something you said. You said in Shona, the people are referred to as being crazy.
Crazy, yes.
In other languages in Africa, I think it's the same thing. Yes. And I know that in New York City, major cities in America, you still find people who are homeless, who have mental health issues. But in Africa, it's even more prevalent. You yes. see in marketplaces,
yes,
people who are basically discarded and said they are crazy. How will the society begin this conversation? African society begin the conversation about what to do, and that something could be done to give these people dignity and life that is worth it.
So as I mentioned, it needs to start at the top with leadership, right? And everything starts there at the top. When I mentioned that it needs to start at the top, it means that it has to be a topic that is put at the table, that we do need, people to come into our country and bring us the information and resources. So here's the thing, right? Without having the conversation of the need for resources, again, just the conversation alone, and I'm a mental health professional, and mine is more talk therapy, which means you come in and we talk about some of the choices that you have, we talk about the treatments, we talk about what's been going on with you. But at the same time, right, in Africa, without the resources, the basic needs resources, talk alone is not even going to be something that it will be received. They will not be able to receive that, I am stressed, I'm depressed, I have anxiety when I can't even eat. Of course, I'm going to have depression and anxiety. Of course, I'm going to start, having bad dreams and now, seeing things that everybody else is not seeing. And I'm only the one that is seeing, these people telling me to kill the next person. And the next thing I have a knife or I have a gun and I'm killing the next people. Of course, I'm going to see all of those things, right? But I can't even start to acknowledge seeing them. Okay, fine. You tell me that I have depression because I'm telling you, I can't sleep. I can't eat. I cry all the time. Those are symptoms of depression, the basic symptoms. Now what? You told me that, and I have the checklist, and I've checked this box, check that box, check that box. Here, when you check those boxes, when you check those boxes here, we make a referral. You either come to me where we talk about what's going on, and sometimes we even need you to go to a doctor who does a medical checkup to confirm that diagnosis of depression and anxiety. And then many a time, if you go to the doctor, that means you need medication, because for some, it's so genetic that they need medication in order for them to function. So what do we do without those kind of resources if we talk to the people? And now it's almost like now you have opened up something, a wound now, right? Now I tell you that you have depression, you have anxiety, and now it's something new that I didn't know. So everybody gets in the panic mode. Okay, so what do I do? Doctor, you mentioned that the depression, so what do I do? Because I know I have that. And now my children, there's another panic attack that we've just instilled in the people.
There are still some Africans, even those who live in the West,
yes,
who will tell you that depression is a white man's, white people's disease, anxiety, that they don't have it. It doesn't get up and go and find a job, do something, take care. What do you say to those people?
It's unfortunate that that's what we grew up being told. That's what we grew up understanding. And it's not until probably, I might say 10, 15 years that we have started seeing, the prevalence of mental health in our communities. And I mean, suicides are on a high rate from adults and children. Africans are killing themselves. Men are killing themselves. Women are killing themselves. Prominent people that, have everything going for them. And people are like, wait a minute, what happened to that person? Why would they kill themselves? Because depression, anxiety, any mental health illness is something that is not talked about. It's something that is, people are not willing to talk about, to listen to, or to be empathetic about. So people suffer inwardly by themselves. And because of that notion, which is a misconception, right, that we heard about, depression being a white people's disease, we literally believed that it wouldn't catch me, it wouldn't get to me, and I wouldn't struggle with that. And yet, many of us at one point or another go through depression, especially anxiety and other mental health illnesses that can be diagnosed and can be found. So it's not something that affects just white people. It affects human beings. It affects people. So when it comes to that, we are a people. We are Africans, but we are a people. We have blood, skin, thoughts. We were created by God himself as well. So we do struggle with any ailments that will affect the mind and the body. The other thing, and I know, you're going to go into this, but the other thing that we have to understand and know is, right, when it comes to medical ailments, the body, the heart attacks, cancer, people have no problem at all embracing that, oh yeah, we do have someone with cancer in my family, or cancer runs in the family. But when it comes to mental health, people are quick to say, oh no, we don't struggle with mental health. Nobody ever struggled with mental health in my family. Then you ask something like, anybody ever committed suicide in your family or even extended family, but is that blood related to them? The line of people that they start saying, oh yeah, I remember. Oh, yeah, I remember. Did you even have any moments after you gave birth, for the mothers, after you gave birth, where you couldn't even hold your own baby? You didn't even want to touch that whole baby that you were celebrating and enjoying. And, and then when the baby came, you didn't understand what was going on with you, because now you couldn't hold the baby, breastfeed the baby, or even be around the baby. You couldn't wake up. You were crying all the time. You couldn't eat, sleep. And they go, yeah, but I thought it was just part of giving birth. That every mother goes through that. No, ma'am, it's postpartum depression. And sometimes now when people don't know all of those things, they think, well, it just happens next door. So unfortunately, it's now happening in our own homes. And we're beginning to recognize that.
We will talk about the stigma and everything, but let me go back to something about people at home. So someone like Zimbabwe, for instance,
okay,
you had Mugabe, and you have the current president, and these are they were people who fought in wars.
Yes.
We have a lot of African leaders who were former soldiers, and we know that most of them have post-traumatic stress disorder. Do you think it's a factor in how they end up governing, especially across Africa, in terms of how they feel sympathetic about the people they govern, their approach to governance? Is that a factor?
To be honest with you, I couldn't say it's a factor. I mean, with 100%, like I'm 100% sure that it could be a factor. It could be affecting, because then when, even here in America, when people are, trained to be soldiers, there's a certain, way that you just can't even feel that you're killing a human being because you're at war. So you're fighting. So I think it is, yes, something that would have to be retraining the mind when you come back home. And now you're in a space where even when people die, you now recognize and have feel and empathy that people are dying, people are hungry, and people, are human beings. So it could be, but again, just like we do in mental health, right? Everything has to go through a process. There's diagnosis, there's information that could equate to that being a factor that affects their ruling. So I couldn't say that. Again, it's something that if we have the mental health services, they also would be encouraged. I would encourage everyone from top to bottom to go through the testings and everything, because again, the relief is for the person rather than even for the country. So the way that it goes, if we had to mandate all our leaders to go in there now, they're going to be like, no, I'm not doing this so that all of you can think that I'm crazy and do this here. But then inwardly, they probably could be struggling with PTSD. They're not sleeping. They have nightmares, and only them and the spouse or the people in the immediate family can tell that, oh yeah, my mother never, she would talk to people, or she would scream at night, or dad would scream, or you hear wives saying, my husband doesn't sleep. Because every time it's almost like he's shaking all the time. And I'm like, what? They're trying to kill him. They're trying to kill. But then when they come out and put their suits and they're in the government and everything, those attacks are not coming to attack them.
There is actually a Nigerian former general who became a minister, who it was reported that at night he will start shouting about the last war he fought, that the Biafrans are coming, the Biafrans are coming. But you see? So that's something. But what about if we agree that there are people, obviously, in villages, especially old men and women, who may be dealing with mental health issues, and people tend to see them as wicked people, they are evil, they are witches. How do we begin to have that conversation, especially at that level in villages, to get people to understand that this person, this woman that they are calling a witch, or this man they think is evil, is killing everybody in the village because he's making statements that may not make sense to people? How do you begin to reach those that kind of population?
Sometimes seeing the change in another person, where they do, and right here in America, that's what they do. Remember, they do testings and they do studies. So you'll get 100 people that will be treated, that everybody in the village knows that this one here is crazy, and that one talks to himself, and that one drinks all the time. They're always drunk all the time. And drinking, again, is self-medication. So it's common that, a man drinks or women drink. Oh, that one there, drinking all the time. Many a time, there's an underlying mental health problem that is going on with them that makes them drink that much. So then if we take 100 of those people that everybody knows that they're crazy, and we start treating them and providing that treatment, and then now, show the people that, look, you remember Mrs. So-and-so? Look at her now. She doesn't sing. She doesn't undress herself anymore. She's now sitting in church and not screaming and yelling anymore. So the problem is, we have also, in our African culture, right, the traditional healers and traditional beliefs of, ghosts and demons, that possess people. And that's real in its own sense. So I'm not going to, undermine that. But then because of that, it's been difficult for people to be told that it's not a demon that is going on with you. Literally, this is schizophrenia that you're dealing with. It's got nothing to do with your ancestors or the people that put voodoo in your food or anything. This is this is a mental health problem that you're dealing with. So it's really challenging per se to separate that. And again, it goes with the generations. We have the generations now where you can talk about mental health and they know that there's something called depression. Generations like my mom, who's in her late 70s, and say there's something called mental health and it affects your mind and you can get treatment for it. They're going to look at you like you got 20 heads. No, I will pray to my God, and by God, there's no demon that will get me. That's the generation, right? Yeah. So until I start talking and educating them in a different way that is, again, information is power. And now they're beginning to even say the word depression, because remember how you were saying, I can't sleep, I cry all the time, and I get upset for no reason. I just wake up and I'm just upset. And somebody says good morning, and I just don't want, why are you calling me good morning? What is so good about this morning here? And I just go off. So now when you give them examples like that, it's like, oh, you're right. Maybe there is something. Because I've been like that all my life. And we hear that all the time too. I've been like that all my life. So where was this depression? Our ancestors survived without depression, well, they survived. And that's the thing. But they survived in pain. They died in pain. And because there was no treatment, there was no solution. But why would we want to struggle? Why would we want to die when there are resolutions, when there's information that can help us? I think that's what we talk about in Mental Health Awareness Month, to say, let's talk about it. You don't have to struggle. You don't have to suffer. You've got choices.
One last thing before we come to Africans in the diaspora. Where I come from, every now and then I'll hear that somebody, an old man or an old woman, will wake up and start mentioning people they killed. They are like 300 miles from people in the city, and they will say, oh, he was the one that killed this person. Meanwhile, medically, you know that this person died of diabetic complication, or they say he was the one that gave this person cancer. So how do you begin the conversation to tell people that somebody in a village somewhere in Africa is not going to give someone in the city cancer, by remote control? How do you begin that conversation?
To be honest, all those myths and beliefs, right? They are beliefs that have been instilled hundreds and thousands of years, way before you and I were born. So some people will receive the information that, it cannot happen, it cannot work, that somebody would be given cancer, because it's not something that you give someone. And if that's what they believe, that yes, they were given cancer, and I believe that person gave them cancer, sometimes there's nothing that you can do to demystify that myth or that, belief that they have. It's actually going to cause you more mental health in trying to convince them, because now you're going through stress on saying, but I have proof. And I can tell you that this year, well, okay, give me the proof. And you're going to have to show them research. You're talking to a 70, 80-year-old that you're saying, well, but because of research, and research says this, and they're looking at you like, boy, I paid for that money that made you study that research. Let me make you research now if you're going to tell me research, you see? So again, we can share the information, we can, open up the dialogues, but then we need to provide the services for treatment that are there so that people have a choice. It's about choices. They can choose to not go through the doors, to not listen, and it's okay. But as long as those that are willing to seek treatment, have the treatment and have access to it, that's the best that we can do sometimes.
Now, lack of professionals in Africa is also a factor in how this is handled. And because of that lack of professionals, we find out that sometimes churches, pastors will replace professionals. So you find churches in Africa, if you go to the basement of these churches, you see people who are chained, who are quote unquote mentally ill, or they don't call it mentally ill. They said people who are crazy.
Yeah.
And they'll be beating them, and that is treatment. Deny them. How do you begin to convince people that is not treatment, or do you think it's treatment that the churches are providing? in this?
No, it's not treatment, but then here's the thing, right? Again, lack of information. So now what happens even here in the United States and around the world, the pastors have conferences, right? And when they have conferences, that's when now people can come in and talk about some of the treatments that they can provide for their members or resources that they can provide for their members. Because then here's the thing, in the communities back home, in the country, we entrust our leaders, and pastors are part of our leaders. And then people want to be healed. People want treatment. They want to feel better, and they want to see loved ones feeling better. So what other resources do we have except to take them to the church, to take them to that witch doctor that said, I can cast out all demons and make you feel good? So they go to those resources because that's what they know. And now those that are in power, sometimes, unfortunately, they take advantage of that now, because now people are entrusting them to heal these people. And sometimes now it gets to that point where, well, if we beat out this devil out of them, then they're going to feel better. And they're going to wake up and walk out of here and say, I feel better, which is unfortunate, because that's not going to help or heal those that are in those basements. And many of them will leave that basement if they ever have to leave that basement. If we had to do studies and research, many of them also take their own lives. Because then being in that basement, they're lifeless, they're hopeless, they're helpless. And many of them are like, I'm better off dead, whilst they're in that church where they're supposed to be getting help because of those beatings, right? So when they leave now, they are more inclined to say, I'm better off dead. What is the use of being out here now? I was killed there because the spirit was killed, the emotion was killed. So they come out now and they are even more hopeless and helpless, and many of them do take their own lives.
Now, there's a video in 2011 of a major church leader in Nigeria who had a girl come into the church and say to him, I'm a witch for Jesus. And in front of everybody, he slapped the girl. And people defended him, even people who live abroad. So when we find a society like that, how do we begin? Are we doing enough to actually change the conversation and make people have a different perspective?
Safety is one word that comes to mind. Safety. People have to have a safe environment where they can have such conversations. People have a safe environment where they can make comments that are against those that that they fear. So even if I'm here and, I would see that we have families that are back home. So you're afraid to make those comments because then you don't want to offend those that are in charge, those that are in leadership. So I'm assuming that that's probably why people would even do that, even with church leaders, because then, they are still people that are in leadership. So again, we have to start that dialogue and make it safe for people to be able to discuss, and also to bring the resources, back home or within there. We don't have a lot of professionals that are back home because then, there's no pay for them to be able to also take care of themselves and take care of their, families. Many families are displaced and, we're spread all around the world where it's even harder to function, to provide for yourself, because now you're a foreigner in a country. So if you don't have the resources and you don't have, the authorizations to work and everything, it's even worse for people that are abroad. Many a time you find yourself struggling with homelessness, and not having enough to provide for yourself. So many are still wishing that I wish I was home, but then home, they can't make it at home because there's no, way that they have the resources again to just provide for their day-to-day living.
Now, I'm talking about people abroad. A lot of Africans have been living in the 90s and 200s. And in fact, it's a new opening. A lot of Africans are in Canada, moving to Canada. And it's a challenge to leave your country, to go to a foreign place with different culture. There are culture shocks. Roles are reversed. Things are totally difficult, different.
Yes.
And people don't prepare for that before they leave. And they find themselves in these new societies with new laws. Can you tell us what you've been saying in your practice in terms of what happens to a typical African when they go to the West?
It's very challenging, very challenging. And I think the number one thing is the role reversals. We used to be, when we were back home, a man, is the head of the household, and not only literally the head of the household, as they say in the church, but it was also because they were able to find the job, the work, and they were able to get the pay to be able to take care of, their families. So they were respected. There was respect that comes with that. So hence now they come to, these foreign countries, the roles have, been reversed. There's more opportunities and more respect per se, as we say, for the woman, because then most of the jobs, they want to hire more women in it. Well, that's, now I see more nurses and nurses aides and more home health aides, men doing it now. But it's not a work that was done by men is the other thing. I remember when I came in the 80s, early 80s, it was only us. But then the men that came from, African countries, they were like, I can't even change my child's diaper or my sister's little sister diaper, and you want me to go into the nursing home and change a grown person's diaper? So one, for a man, it's not a manly man job, for them to do that. And that was understandable. But then when they now want to find a job selling or, in other places, they were not hired. Nobody was opening doors for them until they came back and said, you know what, I guess we just have to do the same work, where now we're changing so for us, it's natural to change a grown person or a young person's diapers. So I can do more hours doing that. Men gradually had to increase their hours, because then even 5, 10, 8 hours, was too much, because it's not something that they used to be doing. So again, mindfully, it takes the manly out of me, the manhood out of me, because now, how am I going to get the respect? And now that I'm doing the same work here. So that has really been a big challenge, for men to be able to change that mindset and that perspective and say, you know what, we are in a foreign country. And, as they say, right, when you're in Rome, you do what the Romans do. What do you call it? Domestic violence is on the rise as well. So here's what happened. Years ago, women came, right? And then they find these jobs as nurses, and they get paid a lot of money as nurses. So they sponsor their husband to come from, Africa and join them here, or they're here already. And then they sponsor their husband, to be able to get another training or another job. But still, they are the ones that are now the head of the household. They are providing. So if the husband says something, it's like, you can't say anything to me, because I'm the one that brings the bread on the table. I'm the one that's bringing more money, which is something that, back in the days, we couldn't say that. Even if I was bringing more money, I wouldn't say to my husband to say, I'm bringing more money. It just was culturally not appropriate to be said. Today is a different day. People will say, yes, I'm the woman and I'm the one that brings the money. So now the men cannot take it. And many of the men have unfortunately resorted to hitting the women, even to the extent of killing them. Because now, you're demeaning me, you're disrespecting me. And then, with the role reversal, because then remember now, when men used to have the money and they are the head of the household, they could go and have 20 girlfriends, just 2 girlfriends, even 1 girlfriend. We have women that are also saying, well, shoot, if you can do it, then I can do it too. But then here's the thing. If you do it, the men cannot take it. We as women, it's almost like, which is unfortunate. It's almost like, I hate to use this word, because then, we're not supposed to be used to it, but you get used to hearing that a man has a girlfriend or your man has stepped out. But then for the men themselves, it was never anything that was not even heard of, but acceptable, that your woman stepped out. And then it started happening, and the men couldn't take it. They couldn't handle it. So the only way is, I'm going to take my wife out, or I'll take this lady out, because that's the only way that nobody else will hear about what they did, and she will not embarrass me ever again, which is sad and unfortunate.
Now, I want you to tell me what you think about this. There are some cases of men who kill their wives in America. And a little study, not scientific, showed that in most cases, most of these men were the ones who brought the women from Africa. Okay. So they have settled in America. They now went to Africa, married someone. In most cases, the women are younger than the men by a generation. And they bring them here. And then the women, like you said, will get a job and in most cases make more money than the men. And that sets the stage for the crisis that that happens. What do you think is a way to change the mindset of the men, or to actually warn them before they come or before they go through this process that this is what might lead to this? Because it appears as if they don't expect that somebody, okay, in one case, there was one case where the man was collecting the paycheck from the wife, saying, I paid for your school when you were in nursing school. I brought you from Africa. Once you start getting paychecks, you give it to me. The moment the woman said, I'm not giving it to you, that's the beginning of the crisis. Or in some cases, the woman will say, I'm not contributing to any upkeep of the house. You are the man.
You know, it's almost like I want to say to you, we also need more men doing this work that I do, because we don't have a lot of men doing this. And as a result, even when we do talk to the men and we do come in and have men and, you know, have this conversation, they would rather listen to another man telling them that, listen, you have to accept the fact that times have changed and things have changed. So a woman making more money is now the norm more than, you know, abnormal. It's the norm that you will have more women making more money, and it's not a threat to who you are as a man, as respect or anything. It is what it is. We are awake now. We now are more educated, or even more educated. But the bottom line is, when you are in a relationship, right, and you are married, see, this is my philosophy. I don't know, and you know, the audience will tell us when they start to come in. This is what I believe. I wanted to get, you know, an education, get a business, and get more money, right? Not more money than my man, but I wanted to make money so that when we bring the two incomes together, whether it's 80-20 or 60-40, I don't care if I have the 60 and he has the 40, or he has the 80 and I have the 20. Together we have 100% income in our family. That is my belief and that is my philosophy. So the education, the businesses, the everything is because I want to make sure that we have 100%. So whether, you know, he brings in 10% and I have 90%, that's our 100%. If I have a husband that, you know, is willing to work with me and be one in that unity, right? So we have to get back again to the meaning of marriage, to the meaning of a relationship. What does it mean to you? And what is it for the two of you, again, to do marriage counseling? Many people are now not even doing premarital counseling, because when they come in and I do premarital counseling, I have over 200 questionnaires that I have that they have to do, the two of them. And I ask every little thing that I have seen in the last 25 years that I know people don't think about. So they answer them separately. And then we come together now. So now we have, because everybody has different values, different expectations, but now we are talking about unity. So we talk about those things now in a safe space, because now they have a third person who's a neutral person. We talk about it now so that they can get in agreement or disagreement. And at that point now, some things have to change. And, you know, if you love someone, you just have to disagree to agree, or agree to disagree. And that's okay, because that's life. You're not always going to say yes to everything. So I think communication and connection are two things that are missing in relationships that people have to continuously talk. It's not a competition. It's about survival as well, because we have children that are involved in these families that are being, you know, that are losing spouses and losing other people. There are children in there, and people are not thinking about those children. They see everything, the fights that are happening, the drinking that is happening. These children are being affected. So mental health is about also what they're seeing and what impact that will have on the children, have on, you know, on their spouses when they get married. If my father was beating up the wife, and, you know, my mother was submissive and she was taking everything, as a young man that gets married now, he gets married, he thinks that's the norm, that's there. And I have couples today that are in their 30s and 40s, and they say, well, my dad used to do that. I said, whoa, 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 whoa. But that doesn't make it right. but they didn't know any other way. So again, mental health is about, that. So then we have the mothers that, in my mother's generation, you had to stay with your husband, whether you were being abused or you were not happy with the marriage. You had to stay in there. You don't want to embarrass their family. You don't want to also leave the children in there. Mentally, that was mentally taxing to them, because then they're not happy. They're crying all the time and everything. So then their sadness that they have in there impacts the children, because the children see everything and they hear everything. So in my books that I have written, I know you were asking me about books, and part of that is I write beyond the tears, bruised but not broken. I write on some of the struggles that I've had, being a child of polygamy, because my father has other wives, but my mother was the first wife. And I talk about mentally how that impacts, the children in there. So it's a whole broad perspective, when we're looking at mental health, on what it affects and how it impacts us not only as Africans but as human beings.
Can you look at the time? It's 51 minutes and we haven't even started. We haven't touched any of the topics. I told you. But let me ask you, there are men you talk to today that will say that the laws in America or in the West, in Britain, in Canada, that the laws favor women. And that is what is causing disruption in African families.
Mm-hmm.
What do you say to that?
Well, you know what? It also depends on how you look at life and how you look at the laws. Yes, they might be favoring women in some instances, but then at the same time, with every law that they make, there's a loophole, there's an opening for something. So for those men that look for those opportunities that allow men to be a part of it, and they allow to start their own businesses or to start their own programs and be a part of a big organization, there are opportunities that are there. So what door are you looking at? Are you looking at the door with the laws that, okay, this is not fair and I can't seem to do anything? Or are you looking for the opportunities of, what, now that I'm in this country, I have more opportunities than the person that is back home with less opportunities. And are you utilizing those opportunities? What are you doing to look for, to those places and people that can work with you and that can help you? So again, it just depends on where somebody's focus is.
Okay, what about raising kids? I know you deal with kids and issues around that. The rule of thumb of what most people say, parents, African parents in the West say, is that it's easier to raise a child that is a girl than boys. Why is that? Why is it difficult to raise boys?
Who say that?
That's what most African parents say, and they give you statistics and number of the children who easily get to college. There are a lot of boys who struggle to go to college, African children in America, in the West, and all the kids that get into trouble, most of them are boys. So they actually acknowledge that. Why is that happening?
The one thing that I can say could be a challenge for parents is being a single parent. And when you're a single parent, the boys tend to be just disrespectful of a woman per se. So it's a woman thing that, I'm being raised by a woman. Yes, you are my mother, but you are a woman. So then it becomes, challenging when parents are here and we cannot be disciplining the kids the way that we used to be disciplined back home, right? Today, you can just do the eye and look at them and say, you will not say those kind of things in my house. But if you do, the spanking that used to work in Africa for boys and girls, you get spanked and that's the bottom line. You do that here, now, you've started a whole lot of problems for yourself, because then they're going to take the children away. And you have the court cases and everything. So I think that's what makes it difficult, because then they cannot talk to them. Even the screaming and the yelling, you still can be reported for verbal abuse as a parent. So then it's like, how do I even talk to my own child who's disrespecting me or who's not following my orders? So that makes it difficult. Whereas sometimes, and not always, but sometimes, I find that when I work with families that have two parent homes and there's a father figure in there or a father in the family, there's still this, respect that a father's voice, when they say, listen, can you hear what your mother is saying? And without even going any further, this boy is going to get up now because dad says, did you hear what your mother is saying? So there's still, that prevalence where we need the fathers to be involved and to be in a son's life. There's also the myth that, when boys are being raised and there's a father figure in there, they learn more from the man than what they would from a woman. It's like, what do you teach me? You're a woman, you're not even a man. There's still that belief as well. And these young men at 10, 11-year-old will tell you that in therapy, saying, well, what is she going to teach me? She's a woman and she can't teach me anything, but she's mom. And in our generation, it didn't matter whether it was mother or father. We learned something from both of them because we were taught to honor both, father and mother. These young children have this perspective that, no, I'll learn more about being a man from my father or from another man that I respect, because they just won't take it from any man that I respect. So you can't just date a woman that has children and think, oh, okay, because I'm a man, so I'm going to tell these children what to do and everything. Oh, no. You will be met by a lot of disrespect in there. So that makes it difficult, because then the mothers now, many of them have to work and they don't have enough time to be manning and looking at these children. What are you doing at home? And are you doing your homework? And are you doing it's a lot, in addition to trying to just provide for the children.
Are the laws in the West tying the hands of African parents?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. It feels that way. It feels that way because then, not that I condone to say they should, abuse their children or beat their children, but I just think that it's a lot now for the mother to be able to be the provider as well as, the parent, in the home, the primary parent in the home. It's a lot. So then they can't do their motherly duties well, because now they're having to juggle the responsibility of being the head of the household and providing, for the roof and food on the table at the same time, right? Mm-hmm. So the one thing that we have done is, I'm starting another nonprofit organization, Women and Youth Empowerment Services, which is a nonprofit that will be starting in a couple months. The reason why I'm doing that is whenever we have resources that we can reach out now and provide resources for these young men and young women, it gives the mother a chance to do what she's now able to do. And we can, help with these young, young teenagers, to provide them with, job skills and study skills and help out with what the parents can do. See, I have a PhD. And if I had one of my nieces and nephews, come to me and they give me 6th grade homework, I wouldn't know what to do with that 6th grade homework. And people are like, how can you not do 6th grade homework when you have a doctorate degree? I can't. So can you imagine a mother who has a high school diploma or a bachelor's degree and has to work, 56, 80 hours a week and sit down and try to figure out math and, social sciences and stuff? That's a lot.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, it's a lot.
You're right. So, yeah. So what advice now will you give Africans who are preparing, because there are so many now at the embassies of Western countries applying to migrate and live in the West? What advice? How do they prepare? How do they do preparation? How do they condition their mind about what to meet when they come to the West?
Conditioning your mind is key, right? What are you seeking when you come here or when you go overseas? What are you looking for? We're always looking for opportunities, and those opportunities to enhance our lives, right? To be able to also enhance our education so that we can you just don't get an education just to get it. You get it to get a good job. You get a good job so that you can sustain yourself and have a good life and be able to provide for yourself and also to provide for your family, because then it goes like that. For those that choose to get married and have children, you gotta have a way to fund for that and to be able to provide for yourself. So now many people will come and listen to a dialogue like today, and they will choose to hear that In America, there are, problems that people will find a lot of problems. In America, people don't respect their wives and they don't respect this. And then they focus on that to say, oh my God, so I have to be careful, on that. There are many good things that are happening in America and overseas and any other country. There are many opportunities that are available for those that are willing and ready to get those opportunities. So again, the mindset is having the mindset of, I want to find opportunities and ways that I can make it in America or anywhere that I go. And if you come with that kind of mentality, start where you start. You may not be able to start at the top. You can start way at the bottom, but as you start at the bottom, have a mindset that I want to increase and to learn more and to do more. And as you do that, the opportunities are there. I see my website.
Yes. Yes, I wanted people to get to see what you do. And so give people a brief description of the kind of work you do. I know you're in private practice. Who comes to you? What kind of issues do they bring, and where do you specialize?
So let me tell you something, a joke, right? I was playing on a radio station about probably 15, 20 years ago now. So every Sunday, and I go to different radio station. Even today, I play on a radio station, and I was playing gospel music. So I have a show called Let's Praise Him. It's right there on YouTube. People can find it on YouTube. So I played gospel music, and somebody said, "Wait a minute, isn't she a doctor that also does mental health?" And and they said yes. They're like, okay, she's trying to be a jack of all trades and master of none. Because how can you do that, play radio music, and then you want to do the, mental health, professional as well? I want to demystify that myth as well, because I am a master of a lot of things. And also I know exactly what I'm doing. There's a method to my madness. So I am a mental health professional. What you will see there is, counseling services that I provide, but I also do coaching, because coaching and counseling work, in sync. When we're coaching for life and coaching for business, coaching couples, it's almost like, you get two in one, because I'm a licensed mental health professional. I'm a licensed, psychotherapist. I'm also a certified life career coach and business coach, right? You get two in one, because if I detect in you things that I know they're mental health, so we are going to stop everything else that has to do with your business and everything else, and also address that mental health aspect that I find in there. So what you find on my website are courses, digital courses. Self-sabotage are some of the things that we talk about, things that get in our way because of the values that we learned. So with that course, like the course that you just saw there, I have recorded videos, and there are different sections of the videos where you can watch in the comfort of your home and, do one video at a time. I also put in there a little questionnaire that you have. So it's an opportunity for people to receive counseling without making, themselves uncomfortable or not having the time. We talk about grief. I have programs on grief. I now have what we call self-care workshops. So I do those monthly, and people can come and do those with me live, or you can get the replays on the, self-care workshops. So pretty much my goal is to make sure that people live their best life. And I say to people, we only have one life. We're given one life, but we have to make a choice on how we're going to make the most of that one life and live that one life. And that's, pretty much what I do to inspire, empower, and encourage people to do that.
All right. We are going to let people join us. One more question from me, and I'll keep quiet.
You had many questions more than...
because it's not every day we get the people like you to join us and talk about professional, we typically talk about politics here. So for parents, there are parents, African parents, who they try to get their kids to be Africans when they live in the West. They make efforts to get their kids to speak the language, get their kids to behave like Africans, get their kids to, say things to kids like, you are not an American, don't be like Americans. But these kids were born here, they were born in England, they were born in Canada. And so it's a struggle. What do you say to those parents?
You know, and I know it's a great question. I know their heart is in the right place, and I know that this is also a benefit to the children to be able to know, you know, where they come from, to know the culture where they come from. But unfortunately, because they were born here, right, or in other countries in there, their identification will be, I'm an American, with parents that come from there. And that's a struggle that, you know, many parents are fighting, that to say, well, but you're not American, because I am from Africa and your father is from Africa, so we are from Africa, right? And I say to them, you know, many a time I would say to you, choose your battles. Because would you rather have a son or a daughter that embraces, you know, the culture because they admire their parents and they admire the culture, you know, because of the good deeds that we are doing? Or would you have them resent you for having forced them to acknowledge and to learn things that they did not want to learn and they did not want to acknowledge? And what you will find is sometimes they might fight you when they are young, and then they get to be 18, 20, and they're now in college and they're now getting married, and they're now coming back to you and say, well, can you, you know, teach my children, you know, because then I want them to know. And you're looking at them like, wait a minute, teach your children. I tried to teach you and you didn't, you know, you were not listening to me. So again, you know, be patient, you know, with them, and also be okay with the timing of when they are ready, because it is much more, you know, exciting to have them come to you and say, I want to learn this. The good thing is we have many organizations, you know, I think there was one, I Am Africa or I'm African, that are being started now. They're nonprofit organizations that do that. Again, if you enroll the children in those kind of organizations where they meet other children that were born here, that have parents that are coming from Africa, the first thing that they're going to do is to talk about you and say, can you believe them? They're just like too much. They're thirsty because they want us to do this, but at the same time, they're still in the environment. They are learning about the culture, and they are also getting to understand it. So being forced is not a good thing. Mentally, we're talking about mental health. It's not a good thing to force them, but they will learn. Everything you get more with honey. And you get more with honey when you're doing things in a nicer way and your heart is in the right place. When it comes to being forced, and because I am mother, I said so, and because we are Africans, we don't do it this way, it's being forced. There's no honey about that, and you're going to get resistance. So with that resistance now comes the fighting. They're not understanding. They're not going to listen to you. And then now you think, well, wait a minute. Why is my child being disrespectful and not listening to me? It was because, remember that conversation that they told you that I'm not African and I'm not doing it, and you say, yes, you are African and you are going to do it. They remember that and they say, okay, all right. So if you're going to be forcing me to do this here, I'm not listening to you. I'm not doing this here. And they keep that, right? So now they come to counseling and I say, wait. What is all with this, all the disrespect? Well, you know what my mother said? You know what my father said? They told me that I couldn't do this here because I'm okay. You are American, but you have to understand where they're coming from. So I even wrote a book in one of my books. I wrote a book where I had 49 things that I said every child can read so that they can understand where their mother is coming from or their father is coming from when they are coming from, you know, Africa or any other instance, right? And then I also wrote one with 49 things that I said, okay, you as a parent, you also have to understand the mentality and how these kids are thinking, because they are not on the same page with you and they're thinking you're crazy because you're forcing me to, yet they're all on there. So, you know, I mean, it's really interesting. But when you take the time to study that and understand that and have, it's all about building a relationship, whether it's a relationship with the kids or a relationship with your spouse, a relationship with your employer. It's all about building a relationship so that you can communicate and connect more. Those are the two. When you come to my works, anything, you'll always hear me saying, we need to talk about how you can connect and communicate more.
Over the weekend, last weekend, I went to a wedding in Virginia, and the conversation everywhere I was parents, people who came here in the 70s and 80s. They are getting to the point where their children are getting married. So the new headache is about who will the children marry. I want my kids to marry Africans. I don't want them to marry Americans. I had that a lot, and I had a lot of parents who say, oh, I spent a lot of money sending you to medical school. I'm not going to, you're not going to. I want someone who will bring me kola nut and palm wine. I want someone who will speak my language. Is that a war that African parents can win?
It gives them high blood pressure, our dear parents, unfortunately. It really does, because what they're doing is trying to fight with the heart. And the heart wants what it wants, and the heart will marry who it resonates with, right? So it's unfortunate, because then you want to say to parents, be the cheerleader and the champion for your child. Allow them to love who they love, and allow them to experience life as they are to experience life, because many a time parents know more and they know better. So when they say, I don't want you to marry this one here and I want you to marry that one, they probably most likely have seen something, heard something, felt something that you might not feel, right? So they mean well, but unfortunately, life is about, living it and learning the lessons in life. So if I don't go with my heart and go with my choice, right, I am going to miss out on learning the things that I can learn, because now my mother wanted me to be with this person, but now I'll never know what it is to choose the wrong person or to choose the right person. So it's unfortunate, because then we need to allow that to happen, so that again, one, they will have a choice of having said, I chose this. Can we prevent them from living the life that, is not a good life, or to experience the bad things? We can't. There's no way that we can, prevent them from doing that, unfortunately.
All right, so we're opening up the forum now. If you want to have a conversation with Dr. Stem, anything, if you want to be a patient, she'll treat you free. I checked your website. It was so almost $300 an hour you charge for 1 hour session. So this is an opportunity for those who cannot afford it to get free treatment. So what do you want me to say? All right, so let's welcome to the show. Righteous Man, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening, Dr. Rudolph and Dr. Stem. I'm in Lagos. I appreciate and I enjoyed the discussion so far, and the questions and the answers. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I don't know. Is it time for me to ask a question?
Yes.
Or just to?
Yeah.
Okay, Doctor. By virtue of the work I do, the business that I'm into.
Okay.
I'm into real estate in Nigeria, in Lagos, and it enables me to come across different kinds of humans, Germans, Filipinos, Lebanese, Britons, and so on and so forth.
Okay.
Indians, yeah. Now, those of my clients those days, when I go to their offices, I meet sometimes with their wives or their kids with them in the office, or maybe there is a naming ceremony, because there was a recent one I attended in VI. It happens to be an Igbo lady married to a German. But irrespective of being in Nigeria,
Okay.
marrying a Nigerian woman, they still teaches their children to uphold the values of the Western civilization against the values of the African civilization or tradition. So, Doctor, my question is this. Why is it that the blacks are finding it difficult for our children that are born in the Western world to still uphold our African traditions and way of life? Thank you.
Thank you. It's a great question, right? It's a great question. So some things work better when we're home, in our home country, in Africa. I'm from Zimbabwe. So some things work better there, where you have to listen, you have to go with the elders, and you have to, they work better there. But then we come here in the Western world, there are other outside influences that are there. that go against that. So if I'm in Africa and I'm in Lagos and I'm in many of the peers that I'm going to hang out with and go to school with, they are from Africa, so they know we're all taught the same thing, so we have to learn the same thing. So now you come here and outside resources, the teachers that you have don't even have that instilled in you. We were taught all of this, even the respect and everything. Even in our schools, our teachers were teaching us that. So here you have all kinds of teachers, all kinds of people that you meet in the community, and then you're being told, but you can't act like those people there because then we're Africans. Okay, the community where you are and you are hanging out, you don't have other Africans around you that you can see except in church on Sundays. So that's also another environment which is different for these children, that yes, they could be willing to do so, but the influences that are surrounding them, even in the school system, in the communities where they live, is totally different because they don't know it either.
All right.
So then it becomes difficult, for that child, to not fit in and to not be a part of that. So sometimes you hear that language, and then it's because of who they're surrounded with. But we're doing more now, because now in the online church, because now most of our African churches, we have online churches now where we have even different programs where we work with these children and explain to them, also the importance of that, because it's respect. When you do it now and you learn your mother's culture, your father's culture, and you learn that culture, it's a form of respect to them. When you say no and you're defiant about it, they take that as disrespect. And then these children are like, what do you mean? But I'm not being disrespectful. Well, but they find it that way because you're not honoring their wish. So that's the only thing, also that you can understand. So now it's like, oh, okay, I don't want to dishonor them. I don't want to be disrespectful. So fine, I'll be open to learning it.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Steen. Thank you, Righteous Man. Revolution, you're next.
Yeah, good evening, Dr. Damages, and good evening, Doctor.
Good evening.
I don't know if I will introduce myself as one of those who have mental problems, because I've been, yeah, I don't know. Sorry, but I have to explain myself so you might tell me if I'm beginning to have that type of problem. The people I know, sometimes they say I'm a loner, because of experiences I've had with friends. I became so afraid to create new friends, because the first ones, I don't say I'm a perfect man, but sometimes they disappoint you in many ways. You cannot trust them. Then suddenly I went back into my shell and I enjoyed being alone. My wife have told me straight to my face, you're a loner. You cannot live without having friends. But I said, I don't want friends because maybe it's my fault. Maybe it's their fault. I don't. Suddenly, I prefer to really do my things by myself because I'm more safer. Can I categorize that as developing a mental problem? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's a good question. So here's the thing, right? Having a preference and making a choice to not talk to certain people because you just don't get along with them, or you have outgrown them, and maybe they're single, or you're now married and you now have children. We don't always go with the same friends that we had even when we were younger, or after a certain period in life, people just go their separate ways because now we're not on the same page, or we're not clicking anymore, right? So that's a preference. It becomes a problem of mental health now if that loneliness gets in the way of you living your life, where your wife says, you don't talk, you don't eat, you close the door in the house all the time by yourself, you're smoking yourself and, drugging yourself, or you're drinking yourself to just drown that loneliness and aloneness. Now we have a problem. Because now it's not a choice, or a preference. But when you say, you know what, I prefer just not to be bothered by people. So I wouldn't call it a big problem of a loner, because you have a wife, you have somebody there around you. So if she's there and she's saying, well, I know that you could use friends, or I know you're a loner. Well, I'm not that much of a loner because I got you around.
You know, sometimes he drives me away. Hey, go out and have fun. But I said, no, I don't want to. So that's the problem. So I was trying to tell her I'm fine. But she's thinking that, I mean, that's what I was trying to say. She calls me a loner because I'm always at home or at work.
Yeah, so another way of being with other people, right? You know, I remember I've been in the United States now over 36 years, you know, this year, right? But I remember very well, one of the things that I miss from back home was congregating with other family members where we can cook and people come and we eat and drink for no reason, and people just come in and just have family members around, or other people from church, they come after church. So that's another way that you also can meet other people to come to you. And since, you know, you might not be a person that wants to be going to other people's houses or anything, but then as you entertain and bring other people, you know, around, then again, you are being around people. And sometimes you're going to have to do it for her as well, because then just looking at you and seeing you there, it's like, well, I mean, you know, my husband is such a lawyer. He doesn't have any other people there. So, okay, honey, let's bring people in and let's just have, you know, at least lunch or dinner on the weekend where we can talk to people and just, you know, stay around the house. That will help.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah.
Revolution, your problem is opposite of what most men have. so I don't think it's a big
it's a big problem, right?
Okay.
All right. Let's go to KJ. KJ.
Good afternoon, Doctor. And I've listened to part of what you talked about this morning, or rather afternoon, and you know, you've virtually covered every aspect. One of what I wanted to ask is part of what the righteous man asked earlier,
Okay.
and that's the issue of Africans, you know, understanding their mother tongue. When I was growing up, I grew up on the part in the northern part of Nigeria, and so I don't speak fluent Igbo, even though I'm Igbo,
Okay.
both mother and father. But because of the environment I grew, I remember I was just the only Igbo guy around that vicinity. I mean, my primary school was just like maybe one or two of us. So we really didn't have that interaction. But now growing up, I haven't grown up and I'm married and I have children. This is where my question is coming to. I realized that those people who grew up with their mother tongue have much better understanding of comprehension of what, you know, so they are able to articulate things much properly than those of us who grew up outside our environment. Because as I'm talking to you, I think in English, I don't think in my mother tongue. But some of those people who grew up in the environment where their mother tongue is largely spoken, they think and they reason in their mother tongue. And sometimes I feel they have more depth of understanding. Now, coming to this is my two questions. My son, just like you say, I'm not trying to force him to learn Igbo, but I know that later in life, he's going to be like me also saying, why didn't I get to know this is what I should have learned? So how do we manage without ruffling them, but getting them to understand that you need to understand your mother tongue because it gives you a more depth of field, if you allow me to use that word, in understanding and comprehending later in life.
Thank you for that question. Mr. KJ, you're going to be my first client today. So, here's what I want you to understand, sir. One, you are enough. Two, you are really a great man as you are. What you know is valid, because many times when I'm hearing you speak, it's almost like you want to say those that grew up and can speak the mother language and grew up in the, among our own people, or your own people, they know more and they can articulate more. But we're talking about life here. We're talking about instilling life and instilling experiences, right? So then it goes into the confidence of how confident you are sharing what you know with your children and your wife and the people that are around you, the confidence. But the minute we start comparing ourselves to the next person and other people, we lose our sense of self, we lose our confidence, because now it seems like if I had, then I would have been. No, you wouldn't have been a better father than you are. You are a great father now. So the thing about it is, how can I now allow my son, my daughter, my children to also have their own journey? Because again, if it's causing distress and it's causing stress and it's causing arguments between you and your child, it's not one that you want to choose. That's not something that you want to choose, because again, I was speaking earlier, if you were here, it's always about communicating and connecting with spouse, children, bosses, anyone. Everything that we do in life is about connecting and communicating. So if I'm talking to my son and I'm saying, well, son, I missed out on it because I wish I could have been a better father. He's looking at you like, what do you mean? You okay to me? I don't know what you're talking about. Well, I would have known a little bit more, like more than what you have now. That's what they're thinking in their minds. Like, you're fine. I don't see anything wrong with you. Whereas you're questioning yourself and saying, well, but I see something wrong with me because I know that there are things that are missed culturally that I could have known. The good thing about being on this side of life, right, on this earth, as long as you are alive, you can learn anything and everything that you ever thought you wanted. But the good thing too is we have, and which we take pride of as an African, right, extended family. So I don't have children of my own, but my sisters and my brothers have children. So I'm auntie. And there are things that they just send over to auntie to come and learn from auntie, who never lost her culture. And I will speak fluent Zimbabwean, and I will be among Zimbabweans, and they wouldn't know who's the one from America, except, they look at the skin and they say your skin is different. But otherwise, I speak fluent Shona and everything, right? So, and sitting there, again, it was a choice. People that came at the same time with me, some of them cannot speak a word of Shona anymore, but I chose to continue to speak the language because I wanted to come back and give back, but I also wanted to teach what I learned in school and teach it in my language so I can relate to them again. So confidence is the big word that, I was kidding with you and say, let me start with that. But confidence is the big word where you believe in yourself that, you know what, I know enough to instill in my son. If you're communicating with him and asking him to go there and he's not buying into it, right? There's no way that you can get that for him to, learn it and embrace it and celebrate it the way that you want it to be celebrated. He will learn it, but it's because you made me learn it. But I'm not celebrating the culture. We want to be celebrated and we want them to celebrate the culture. So sometimes it's about seeing us being proud of, who we are, being proud of who they are and the product that we have brought. Because either way, whether they speak the language or not speak the language, they'll always be connected to us and they'll always learn from us. What are we doing more for these kids to buy into it so that there's more honey? Like, oh, I love it because I want to be like my dad. He's from Africa. And they say, what does he do? He's from Africa, And it's because of what you do that he's going to be proud of, but not because now he learned the language and he learned the culture. That's not what he's going to be talking about, or even to his children. That's not. I was saying, so I think it goes for you, and I'll be done, to say to you, if he doesn't buy into it, God willing, his children will buy into it, and they will be the ones that will be so excited and want to know from you to say, so tell me where you come from and what language you are. And again, it goes by generation and the timing. So if it's not now for him and he doesn't, get it, his children will get it because the connection is there and the value is there.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Stem. Let's go to Chim. KJ, thank you so much for that question.
Good afternoon, Rudolph, and good day, Dr. Stem. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you.
Incidentally, I missed a lot of what you had already discussed, especially on the mental health side. I only caught you when you were advising Rudolph to stop disturbing his children and trying to make them stop trying to talk to them about being Africans by force or by fire, But anyway, I actually, that's actually why I came in. In addition to, on a lighter note, is there a difference between mental health and having a mental problem? Is there a difference between that? That's the one. And then the other one is, so I live in an environment where I have other cultures. We have people from the Hindu. I see the Chinese,
Yes.
and I still see these people raise their children in their culture. Although they're in Canada, they speak their languages.
Mhm.
But those of us who are from the Black continent, especially those of us from, I even see Egyptians here, and they have their Egyptian. They still, most of their kids still speak their native. Might not be very fluent, but they still speak. But when I see the Blacks, Nigeria, Zimbabwe, Kenyans, I notice most of us don't exactly speak our native language.
Okay.
So, in the light of your earlier advice about not trying to make a fuss about it and to realize that they're on this side of the divide already, would you not say that we run a risk of being a people without an identity, even though we're in diaspora? Because, like I said, these Chinese people, they have their own malls. And you find that even within that place, they speak the language. The malls are open to, the shopping complex or grocery stores are open to anybody to come and buy. They won't stop you. But predominantly the people who work there are people from their own part of the world. And that's a fact. So my question is, in the light of the earlier conversation I heard both of you share, don't we as Blacks risk, we're just going to be very educated, moved into the Western white language, English language, but our native foundation becomes lost to the next generation?
It's a great question. So here's the thing, right? I don't know. Now I can say maybe it's unfortunate, because remember when we were back home before we all started being, going to different countries, and, our countries were not viable for us to stay there. We were westernized. The English people came and we spoke English, and we were westernized, even being in Zimbabwe, and I'll talk about Zimbabwe in there where we had the British coming in. So we were British colonized, right? And people were speaking, were teaching us to speak in English. So then many of us wanted so much to speak in English, but then it was also, very much prominent that we have to speak Shona, and we are Shona. But it was like, an upscale that, you can speak English as well, and was speaking English. But it wasn't forced on us. There was no language or culture that was forced on us. When you look at the Chinese, the Indians, and the everything, right? They celebrate their culture. They embrace their culture, even in the homes, that the children grow up wanting even to be part of that culture, and wearing all the things that they wear, the clothing and everything, because it's celebrated and it's nice and it's enjoyable, right? But we are coming in, forcing them. We look at them, and I will sit in church and the mothers will say, well, if the Chinese people can do that, why can't our children do it? The energy is different. We are being forceful. And now it's like, you know what? Our children need to do that as well. So the children are like, wow, what do we get caught up in? What is this? Why is it that we have to do anything, and yet, we didn't do anything? That's pretty much what the young ones are saying, right? So we are not coming with love. We are not embracing this, culture, and saying, you know what, you want to speak Igbo, you want to, speak this, and look at this, and celebrating it, where the children are like, man, it's cool. I love my culture. Well, it's good now, because we have more people that are coming from our different cultures. The musicians are doing really well, because then as they sing, they're coming in wearing, their clothing, and they're singing songs in our language. And now you hear people singing. They don't even understand the language, but they sing the song. And like, do you know what they say? Nope, I don't. But now our generation is beginning to say, yep, I'm from Nigeria and I'm from Zimbabwe. You know where this one comes from? That's where I'm from. And they're buying into it now. So it's the way, again, that we are asking these children to be a part of it. And I don't know if you were there when I was saying you get more with honey. And when I say you get more with honey, it involves with our children, in relationships. You want to say something and you're harsh and everything, the partner is going to shut down. And then you're like, can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you, but I can't hear you. Yeah. Well, I mean, did you say? Yeah, I do, but I really can't. Again, it's communication. It's also where it's coming from. It doesn't feel like it's coming from the heart. It doesn't feel like it's coming from the people that are celebrating. And again, I want to bring it up where, I mean, we're talking politics, and they talk politics. I'm not a politician, and, I have to put that disclaimer. I don't know much. But I'll say to you, with the politics and everything that is happening in the environment of the Africa where my parents are from, hey, I don't want to be associated with that mess. I mean, ain't nothing good about it. That's what they'll tell you. Like, there's nothing good about it. But you want me to speak their language. You want me to associate with that. But you telling me the same thing that I'm seeing on the news. People are getting killed and people are hungry and people are this. And you want me to be a part of that? No, I'm American. I'm Canadian. I'm British. And that's where our children come from. So we have a lot of work to do. We've got to also fix there so that we can take them on vacations. They can see our culture. They can sit in the village and they can have, the food smelling and eating in there and see people laugh for no reason. And they're just sitting outside and they go to the gardens and they eat the corn. And they really like, man, I like this. And it's so relaxed, right? They will come back again and again, and then they'll bring their families and they'll bring friends. And now we've got, tourism going on the rise because these kids are buying into it. And because we are proud of that. We ran away from home. We're here. And then we're saying, no, you've got to embrace the home that I ran away from, that I keep crying about every day and saying, I wish I was home. Because when we were back home, they can hear that. But at the same time, I know I say that, but I want you to learn this because then that's your culture. You belong there. Well, I mean, ain't nothing there for me to belong to. That's the struggle that we're having. So now they're saying, so now I'm saying, if you put more effort and energy into them and your family, them remembering growing up in a family that was loving, that had kind parents, that we did a lot with my parents. I actually could talk to my dad, man. I could communicate with him about anything and we could argue, but he was putting a point, I had a point, and we could debate together. And they grow up in an environment like that. We are, raising figures, children that will be leaders of tomorrow. But today, as Africans, we believe that, what? How are they going to be leaders when they don't know anything about Africa? They know. Oh, they know. They won't lose that effect, and we won't lose our generation because there's too many of us to just perish, and all of us are gone. We're here to stay, and we will be here to stay. But the good thing is, if we're going to learn the Western way of doing things and we can give back and go back at home and improve the situations in our homes, you bet. I'm putting you on the back burner because I'm going to learn about the things that will make that country grow and make you proud as my parents and also make my country proud. What's wrong with that?
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chim. Thank you, Dr. Stem. Ikena San Antonio, you're next.
Dr. Njakri Ndamages and Dr. Stan, it's nice really meeting you. A lot of things that you talk about, I can relate to. I'm a typical Igbo man. And as a young man in America, I was young when I got to US and I decided that I'm going to go and marry a wife in Nigeria. I married from the same state I came from. But when my wife arrived, my principle was I will raise my children to learn Igbo. But my wife discouraged me about that. But there is one thing I did that was different. I taught my children, when you open the door and you step out of my house, you're in America. But when you open the door and come back inside the house, you're in Nigeria. And I will tell you, it have worked out for me. And I managed, a lot of people were investing in Nigeria, investing in making money, investing, building hotels. I decided to use my money to take them home, to get to go to the village and learn, even though they cannot speak Igbo, but my children can speak broken English. They can identify with what is happening. I give you an example. Their mom says, I want to go home in December.
Yeah.
I told them, let's go and see my brother in Europe. They said, no, Dad, save the money because all of us are going home in December. That is where I got lucky. But what I will say on everything you have said,
Yes.
it's difficult to raise our children in this Western world and try to imply forcing them to learn the language. But I will tell you, it's good to be African now compared to when I was growing up over
Right.
here. It's cool, and they have embraced it and they have made us proud. Our kids will tell their friends, "Oh, this is my dad. He's so so. He came from Nigeria. This is my mom. She's so so." They are proud of that. So don't don't think because they cannot speak Igbo that is the worst thing. Those culture that that is implied to them,
Yeah.
manifest in them all the time,
Yes.
and that support what you're saying. But I would love for them to speak Igbo. My son was my son is in middle school, and the more I call him and go through all this talk,
Yeah.
look, you like a goosey soup. A white girl cannot cannot cook a goosey soup to you. Uh, because my daughter says that she like white girls. My wife call her and sit her down for 20 minutes explaining he can't cook a goosey soup for you, he can't cook fufu for you, this and that. Then I asked my son after they finished talking, what did your mom says? He says that I don't even know what she's talking about. He says, I don't even know where this conversation was going. What is she talking about? The goosey soup, he can cook fufu soup. But that is what we get for living in Western world. That is the punishment we get to live in our culture and come over here. So kudos to what you do. I will go to your website and see what you have over there. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you. So then, you know what, Mr. Ike, I want to correct you. Let's call everything a blessing, because the minute that we say, you know, that is the curse that we have, we start attracting the curse in us, right? It's a blessing. I love the way that you make the door be the divider. Outside, I'm cool with you being American because you're in America. And when you come inside, we're in Nigeria. That is the best analogy. And I'm so glad for you and wife for having done that. And I will be telling more people to do that, because that's really cool. Because then now it becomes almost like a game, right? When you walk in, you know, they're going to expect us to eat, speak, and behave like we are in Nigeria. And I mean, what better world that is. I really like that. Really like that, sir.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's go to Pastor Andrew. Pastor, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your geographical location. Dr. Stem.
Hello, sir.
Thank you. I didn't want to join in, but you said something that touched my heart, given to my experience with Malawians. So, but you're welcome. Yeah. I have one question first, but before I ask the question,
yes,
just to buttress what you said, and I hope we all will take it home and go to bed with it.
Yeah.
While we condemn our country, I'm glad you are the one that said it, to be honest. If Rudolph have said it, they'll probably tell him to go to hell. We condemn our country, and yet we want our children
yes,
to go and learn the culture.
yes.
How is that possible? And I hope we will take this home. And when we come here, we will not, even though we recognize that we have issues back at home, but we have to be cautious on some of our utterances. I didn't want to come, but when you said that, I said, no, I had to come. I had to come, and thank you for saying it. I don't have, the only question I have is an hypothetical question. Will you consider somebody to be suffering from mental health if they claim they've gone to hell and come back? Rudolph is laughing.
Of course, there must be a context, to it. So, thank you for those comments.
It's just on the lighter mood. It's just a joke. But thank you very much. Have a lovely evening.
Thank you, thank you. So, I mean, but just in case anybody is wondering, because everywhere I am, right, everybody's always going. So, can you read me? Do you think I'm crazy? Everywhere. I'll be sitting, and the minute that they know what I do, they're like, so can you read me? Do you think I'm crazy? We don't do it that way. So unless if you come, we even have processes of determining what is going on with someone before we can make a diagnosis to that. But unfortunately, because of the internet, a lot of people are self-diagnosing. So it's going to be very important as well when we, you re-listen to this conversation or you join us, that you do not self-diagnose or even take anything out of context that we've spoken about today and think, oh, now I fall into this box. Mr. Rudolph, before you go further, there was, I can't remember if it was Mr. Chim or someone or Mr. KJ who mentioned that mental health and mental problem. I don't think I addressed that, right? So the only distinction that I can make is even in our diagnosis of mental health, we have what we call a clinical diagnosis of mental health, which means, if somebody has depression and anxiety, when it becomes clinical, it's to the severity that it needs medication in order for it to be treatment. So then we can call that, probably put that in the mental health box when it's clinical and it does need treatment that is deeper than just talking about it. Whereas now mental health problem is, the children not doing well in school, not having money, and having problems with wifey at home, or parents are sick at home, or just not having food. That brings normal day-to-day problems, mental health problems, because now I can't sleep, I can't eat, I'm stressed out all the time. That's a mental health problem that is common. I hope that helps.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you. Before I go to James, I have a question here someone sent to me to ask you about Africans who want to be buried when they die. Do they have mental health issues? Buried in Africa, who die in the West, or they insist that they... So what is the thinking behind that?
Okay. Somebody has their mic on.
Yeah, I'll meet him.
Okay, good. Okay, good. So that is not a mental health problem. Because remember now, even though there are mental health problems, we have choices in life. So choices and preferences will always be a part of us. So someone saying, so right now, many people that are not living in our home countries, it's not by choice. It's because literally they were looking for ways to survive. So now when you've lived in a country for survival purposes, the thinking is, but I want to be laid, to rest at home, which is my home country, where my ancestors are, where I know, there will be people there that I can relate to. So I don't think it's a mental health problem, per se, if it's that choice. Now it becomes a mental health problem to the person that is choosing to go home, when they now think and know that, what, it's $25,000, which here in the US, it's $25,000 just to put your casket in the plane, to go. $25,000, because then they're going to preserve the body, they're going to do everything. $25,000. You take that 25,000 plus, you're going to need at least 2-3 people going with that casket to take it home, right? So now we are probably at 35,000. Right now, you live with your family, let's say it's an elderly or even, someone that's there. You live with a family and everyone is working 40 hours, 80 hours a week in order to pay $1,500 rent, $200 car insurance and everything, right? So at the end of the month, we only have about $5,000-6,000 that we are making a month after working 80 hours a week and 60 hours a week. And then now here comes you with this, but I want to get married at home and I want to, I don't want to be married here. $30,000. Where is it going to come from? Because many people also don't even buy the insurances that will cover for that, because, you know what, I'll just wait until it happens. But when it happens, we never know when it's going to happen. So now it becomes a problem, right? It becomes a problem too to the children that are hearing this and the spouses that are hearing this, because then we are Africans, so there's a tendency to want to honor our elders. So if I'm staying here with my mother and she says, I don't want to be buried here, I want to be buried in Africa. We better start saving if you're the children that have mothers that are saying that. Don't wait until, and say, well, you know what, she's just talking. No, she's not just talking. That's what she wants. So you better start put $20 and $50 in there. And we say, well, but where does she think we get it? Well, I believe that's where prayer comes into, right? They're saying that, so that means God is blessing you with more money. You start being intentional, put the money there. When that happens, you'll be amazed at how that process goes so easily, and that $25,000 you get, and mother or father or whoever it is goes home. So it's not mental health, but it can become mental health depending on how we respond or react to it.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's see if Mr. James is able to talk to us. Mr. James.
Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for coming. I would like to ask a question spiced with the history of your country concerning Robert Gabriel Mugabe.
Okay.
If you analyze the history of your country since the first Shumurega War, which they lost, and they revived it, I think, in 1965 or thereabout, after UDI, the hardship they went through, people like Ebe Moserewa, Ndabanini Sitole, what's this man's name? Quite a number of them, particularly a man who was accused of killing a white man. I've forgotten his name, maybe I'll remember. Now, till you got to Lancaster House Agreement talks in 1979, independence came in 1980. Britain refused to honor her commitment to fund land redistribution program. The people were forcibly dispossessed of their land, and Britain expected them to pay money to repossess the land. And Mugabe happened to pursue a policy he never intended to pursue. As a result of this, Mugabe was tagged as somebody with mental disability. What is your opinion?
Mr. James, you take me all this way to the history, to the year that I was born in that's when I was born in 1965. So you say 1965, I'm like, oh, I was born in 1965. I don't know anything. So you say all this, I'm like learning from you. I'm hearing you. I say, wow, you actually could be my professor and teach me about my own history of Zimbabwe. Because you know a lot.
I'm only a student. I'm only a student of history. And please, for your information, yeah. 50,000 Zimbabweans died during the operation. 50,000 were killed extrajudicially.
Yeah.
Was Mugabe mentally deranged, as they want us to believe?
Some of it is, yeah.
Sorry, the man's name is Edgar Tekere. Edgar Tekere, who killed a white farmer, but he was freed technically.
Oh, take it. So to be honest with you, I will be one to tell you that I'm not well read, in it. I've been in America for 36 years now, but I did not put a lot of, time in learning about the history exactly, and also know when and how they termed Mugabe to be, deranged, or what that was. I'm sure there was a context of something that they happened, and then they label him as such. But I'm not quite sure, and I'll be, amiss if I say I do understand that and I know that. But I will compliment you on being well versed and being a great student on knowing about the history of Zimbabwe and our late President Mugabe.
All right.
Thank you for your compliments.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, James. So when we booked Dr. Stem, I told her that we spend 3 hours here. She said for mental health reasons, we shouldn't stay more than 90 minutes, that she's not going to stay more than 90 minutes. She has stayed more than 90 minutes. We have to round up. So what I'm going to do, I'll ask her one more question, and then maybe any of you, if you have one more question, I will let you do that. So my question for you is, there's something they call a triple heritage in Africa: the Islamic, the Christian, and the African traditional religion. This is what wherever you are in Africa, you have that as kind of a baggage that we carry. We now speak different languages, maybe from European countries that govern the part of Africa. We have the Christian for those who are Christians, or the ones who are Muslims. And then we still have the traditional religion and culture and everything. We have them mixed up. Do you think it's a factor in how we navigate the world, how we see the world, that we are still juggling these three things? Sometimes, like in some parts of Africa now, the traditional ways is kind of coming up again and trying to displace even the Christianity and Islam that came. So what are you hearing? What are you seeing along that line? And what impact is it having on people, Africans, both those at home and those abroad?
It's a great question as well. So it's about survival. We're all looking for survival. We want to find ways where we can survive. So it's about survival. So many a time, I think, for the three that you mentioned, the Islamic, Christian, and African tradition, right? People are always finding for solutions and healing when they go through, those three, whether you practice any of those. I'm a Christian, believer, and also was raised Christian as an Anglican in Zimbabwe. And it still is something that I believe and practice today. So when you ask me and you say, this usually goes over the 90 minutes and, we're talking about mental health. Part of being a Christian is what made me surrender to this day and say, you know what, wherever it goes and however long that it takes, I'm going to stay there and be present, because then one of the things we were talking about is, are we talking enough about mental health? Do we have enough information about mental health? So when we have a platform like today, which I'm very grateful and thankful to every one of you that is here and that is also listening and that will listen to this, but to have a platform like this and have people show up and make a comment or ask a question, it's not something that we have every day. So when we have it, I also have to honor that and have to be present in that environment if I'm honored enough, like I was today, to be a part of this conversation. So I said I will surrender to it, and surrendering is part of being a Christian and being a believer, to say, you know what, wherever the Lord calls you, go there, because he has work that he wants you to do. Which is another thing that if people work with me, I always tell them I'm also one of those angels that is an underlying angels that you come to me and you think you're just talking to a psychologist and, the therapist that is just talking, but you're also talking to a Christian, to a believer. So you never know what
Rudolph.
You never know what God's message will be. So let's talk. So today, I don't know what, the forum is about, but today was also an angel that I came here to be used as an instrument to talk about mental health, to demystify mental health, and to also help, hopefully, relieve the stress that parents are going through, the struggles that are going through with their children, that maybe we've said one or two things that they will go back and be able to be a little lighter with their children, right? And the children will look and say, what happened to you? Like, what do you mean? What happened to me? That's what do you mean? What happened to me? Whoa, I actually said something. You didn't say anything. It's like, yeah, I just thought I would listen to you. So I think it plays a big part, on us, on also how we receive what mental health is, how we receive the changes that we need to make in life, how we change in life, how we put in. So everything is not going to be the same. The things that we spoke about today, some tips and some things that we shared will work for one family, some might not work for another family. And some families may choose to say, not in my house. We are going to learn, our culture, and we are going to eat at a certain time and do things at a certain time, fine and dandy. But what you're doing is long-term. That child is going to not forget that, and that's not going to help them, because indirectly, they subconsciously, they were fighting it and knew that it doesn't go with what it is that they would like to talk to you about. But then it shuts down a lot of communication that you could have with your children whilst you still can talk to your children, just because you were so gung-ho on wanting them to do this and do it my way.
All right. Thank you. There's a question in the comment section from Bumi about colonization and the whether it's the tragic events of colonization and whether Africans are struggling with that. I know we're going to end. We're ending on this. But on my own part, I went to a medical conference recently, and these doctors were talking about sickle cell. And they were talking about it from the Western perspective, you know, all that they are doing now. And I said to this doctor who said Nigerian, I said, what were they doing in Africa before the Europeans came about sickle cell? So for you, what were they doing in Africa about mental health? Or is it that there were no treatments, no issues? For instance, I know that in Igbo culture, when a woman gives birth, and they do what they call omugo, where the mom will come and help the woman, and in the process deal with this thing that the Western people are now calling postpartum, what do you call it?
Depression, postpartum depression. Yeah.
It helps to solve that. What were we doing in Africa before to deal with the depression, with mental health issues? Because we believe now that has been going on in Africa for many, many years. Did we throw them away because we now met the West, met the white people, and we are following the one that is written?
Well, again, you know, remember now when you're here or up in the Western, right, everything has to be tested and everything has to be labeled and everything has to be grown. So sometimes it's difficult to even bring those traditional, you know, treatments into the country or to, you know, be able to use them. But I just think that mental health was always tied to medical. So it was all in one. You know, so you have problems with your thinking, you can't sleep, you can't do anything, you know, they tie it to stomach pain or they tie it to a headache. So then they treat the headache. You get something, you know, drink that you can drink the leaves and everything. Oh, it's because of your headache. Oh, it's because of your stomach. And then if you're really, you know, having a mental breakdown where you're now running the streets and you're taking off your clothes or you're talking to other people or you're just saying, you know what, I just can't handle this anymore because the stress is too much, you know, or anything. It was told that now, like we were saying in Shona, you're crazy, wakupenga. And once the word you're crazy, wakupenga, in whatever language comes, nobody pays attention to you because now it's something that has to do with the demons and the devils and everything. They want to cast away the demons, but not treat you. But let's cast away the demons. So it goes into there. So I don't think there was a focus that has been right on just dealing with the ailments of the mind, which is mental health, anything that disturbs our minds. I don't think we put much attention to it, but it was always medical. But now we have, you know, treatments that are coming. We also have researchers, we have doctors that are interested. We have, you know, funders that are interested in treating mental health in Africa. I think we need to continue to talk about it, advocate for it, and ask for funding.
Okay. I know I said last question, but you know, this person has a heartbreak, and the question for you is, please answer the list of major steps that someone can take to quickly bounce back from a heartbreak.
They need to attend my conference. I have a conference called Bounce Back, which happens every year. You know, I mean, I started Bounce Back, you know, 5 years ago. This year it will be year 5 on how to bounce back, and it was because of COVID, right, that we had to bounce back. But I'm just saying that a heartbreak is almost like losing someone. It's grief. So in stages of grief, we have different stages of grief. You have a moment where, you know, yes, you'll accept it or not accept it. You have a moment where it's difficult to even move on and to do anything. But just like anything else, time heals everything, right? And many a time also we mourn for what we have lost. And yet there is more that is to come when you do get, you know, through the moment that you're going through right now. So know that the sun will shine again. And I always, you know, take it as, you know, during that heartbreak, during our loss, it's almost like during the darkness where we can't see anything. And, you know, there's nothing that is moving. Everything just seems to not be working, right? But then the sun comes, you know, out again. And, you know, we have the next day coming. So when you can hold on to that and know that, yes, tomorrow will come, better will come, and things will work out for the better at all times, then, you know, you'll be able to go through the heartache. Let me just tell you real quick, right? This morning, I was talking to one of my sisters. I have 5 sisters, and I was wishing them Happy Mother's Day, you know, this morning. And they were saying to me, they're like, you know, but what do you do when you have problems? Because you're always talking to other people about problems and, you know, helping other people. And I said, you know, I wouldn't be good at, you know, at what I do if I didn't practice what I preach. So I'm one of those people that has a counselor, a therapist myself, who I had to work through, because every time that I would go to her, she would start telling me her problems because she knows I'm a therapist. I said, whoa, 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 no, 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 no. I'm sitting on the couch and I just want you to listen to me so that I can pour my heart as well. So I go for therapy, myself as well, where I can also talk about life. Life is about challenges. Life is about problems, and life is about learning from those lessons. So I said, I didn't know what I know today, because now at 59 years old, it's starting to all make sense that whatever you go through in life, whether it's a heartbreak, whether it's being fired from work, whether it's pain of not having anything, illnesses that you have, whatever life problem that you have, remember now that it's part of a bigger plan for your life. So we have to take the good and the bad for that bigger picture and that bigger plan that is there in store for you. So I hope that it helps the person in a heartbreak. You know what? Give it some time, but do not let it hold you back, because the longer that you take staying in that darkness and not walking into the light, the longer that is going to take for you to receive and to be with that other person that you need to be with.
Very good.
Not a question, just a comment, if
my
I
hand
may.
was up first, sir.
Okay, let's go to Revolution first.
I don't have a problem with that. It's okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Revolution.
Yes, please. It's a very short question, and I'm sure you're going to give me a very short answer. And this is an opportunity to relieve this question. Would we say that these African rulers who come and embezzle our money, is it that they have mental problem, or you just say, what would we say to that? Because like my country, somebody will now come and steal up to 80 billion naira, and you start wondering, what are they going to do with it? Would that fit into mental problem or what? Thank you.
I still want my life. That is the shortest answer I can give you.
Thank you very much.
All right, Chim, your final,
Okay, so mine is, first of all, thank you very much. It's been very, very educating. I think the last comment you were making when it comes to the person who has either lost someone, had a heartbreak, I think when we grieve, part of grieving is to have closure. So until someone has closure, they're not going to move on. So however long it takes them for that to happen, I actually learned that. But I was going to say, to Rudolph's question about before our contact with the West, how we were dealing with mental health issues and all. Well, luckily he's from the same part of Nigeria with me, and I'm sure he's read a lot of works by Chinua Achebe. I personally believe, based off my experiences, is that not that we didn't have mental health issues. They were there. It's always been there with man. But it wasn't as pronounced as what we have today because of our communal living, especially those of us from Africa, the Igbo people. Today is Sunday. We have 4 market days and whatever. And there's some Sunday, special Sunday market days. You see people go to the market square, drink palm wine, relax, discuss with their peers, vent in a very calm way. And sometimes those things help you literally close whatever the issues were that would have led to your mental health issues. But fast forward now, we live in a more nuclear setting world where people are more individualistic. So it becomes more pronounced. Every time I go to see my family doctor, who incidentally is also European / Iranian descent, she shares a lot of things in common with me. She doesn't just start by telling me, oh, Mr. Guru, what leg is it or that. She'll talk about, how's your work going? And now, before you know it, I'm discussing like I'm in a beer parlor with her, and I forget I'm actually in her clinic. We would have 1 hour of non-medical related conversation before she now says, so what brings you to my clinic today? And, it just sort of simplifies everything. So I think sometimes we've lost some of those human touches. That's why some of these things are a bit more pronounced today. I just wanted to throw that in. I don't know if it makes sense.
It does. It does. Thank you for that. It makes a lot of sense. And I'm grateful that you mentioned about, your therapist as well, because then many people will say, I don't need to talk to a therapist. I'll never talk to a therapist. We just had 2 hours of therapy. Because therapy is not always about, oh, I'm depressed and I have this mental health problem and I have this. No, it's about life. It's about putting things into perspective about life, just having a conversation, clearing things up, agreeing to disagree. And you're right, because I will do the same way I'm speaking to everyone today is the same way that I am in therapy. And people are like, how did I get to tell you that? I say, well, we were just talking. But there's a method to my madness. You think we're just having a conversation, but I am going somewhere and I'm taking you somewhere. So before we end, I will tie it together and you go, I thought maybe we were actually, doing some work at that time. So I enjoy this work. I've done it for 25 years and God willing, I have many more years to come. But I am doing more workshops and more conversations like this where I can talk to hundreds and thousands rather than one-on-one, more often now than not, that I'm doing more workshops because I like this interaction. I like this opportunity to hear each other. As I said, there's no right or wrong, but all of us are in this one life that we are just, trying to get the most out of it and to also live the best way that we can. So thank you for that.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Stem, for this wonderful session. And we appreciate you. And hopefully very soon we will bring you back and you'll help us to diagnose. And
thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. We'll take a break. And when we come back, we will do our own typical feedback. Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
At this point, the governor will unveil you with this dress. If you can,
the empty form. The reason why I'm talking about it, you don't have to play it. It doesn't suit you, but you would prefer. But I would like to have a review of it. What do you think?
So I will invite General AVM Marcus to come forward to assist the governor in wearing his.
How I can improve. Very important. But that's my first personal product. In fact, because of that song, that Jason, I was able to.
When your mazolo bio, akwa mazolo bio, Max, if you bunye go kwanu mo no fube nazo olaga ni piazugo, ulaga do ni piazugo, akwa mwilo chiyo bikora puzuru, kona bazia. Onyo mazoro because abamba wazoro sorry. Ibya unyane gwana mo ulaga dori biazugo ulaga dori biazugo abamba wilo chilo bigora fuzoro ona wazia. Mazi wake up, Odoguna Quaresonaka. On your money, got the lemon. Mazi ni Mazi. You go with the melody. nigga Olagado ni pesigo Olagado ni pesigo Mama wilo chilo Bikorabuzo Anabazi Say Onyamazoro Mama wazoro Sorry Ibya muyano kwa namo Ofube Naro Olagado ni pesigo Nasaboy Olagado ni pesigo Mama wilo chilo Bikorabuzo Anabazi Edogu kenenu bikechofo Ama kwa mnika kugogia Waligwe kwelo Ikechomo bele begia Hey, you won! Eku kampune kene Omogo ninso Chukwe mekalumo Ike chukwu negaji Esi nwanne mekene mi Ilapul ife nini neme webia Kagosi nina gibu nwanne wisdom megadi Kanye gi maiki koko banya begwu Esele maxi obu netire egwu a Malukwa malu ni mego mi fojo Wesi gi nwanne mi foku ni cholo na ngeme Wisdom onume kenege Bama wiyo iyo biko lapo Nabase Zoro, 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 zoro Geduru joy na bugwa osa Sokoto Ujembe mwilo Anusolo mwe manofia nara Onye nwuro zurike
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us today. We had quite an interesting conversation with Dr. Stem, who's a psychologist, therapist, coach, trainer, and I think at the end, you guys came to the conclusion. I have a friend, somebody, I don't want to mention the name, who calls what we do here every Saturday and Sunday, beer parlor. This is our I'm going to the beer parlor to hang out with my people I drink beer with, that we don't have a job. But it's also a therapeutic, and I think that's the conclusion for me, what I got out of this, that there is something we're getting out of this that we may not really understand and value. So let me go around and see what everyone thinks of our encounter with Dr. Stem. Righteous Man.
Yeah, Dr. Rudolph, it was a nice one. Really appreciate her coming and all that she taught us and lectured us. But I had a question. I was raising my finger, but it looks as if time was really not on our side to ask the second question. I wanted to ask her whether loneliness can lead to that mental health breakdown. That's number one. And then number two, the pastor you introduced, I don't know, is it Pastor Electricity or Pastor Shu? I don't know. You introduced a pastor, and the pastor was trying to marry culture with nationhood. I think there are two different things, you know. Teaching your children about your culture has nothing to do with saying that the country is not functioning. There are two different things entirely. By my own understanding, I don't think they relate. I'm a proud Igbo man. I teach my children the Igbo culture. That has nothing to do with Nigeria as a nation. So that's just what I'm trying to, my input. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me just mention that we will continue this month to have conversation on mental health. Hopefully, our own Dr. Alexander Gomez will join us as a guest at the end of the month to talk about this from the perspective of a doctor, not a therapist, you know, like treatment options and medication. So we are working on that. If we are lucky, we can get him to give us maybe 2 hours and we'll talk about that. All right, Revolution, go ahead.
Well, yeah, for me, I learned a lot. I started watching from beginning. She was very exposed, and the way she handled the issue was, for me, very nice. That's why I was able to summon the courage to ask if I was having mental problem or not. And she was she was able to only that she that big question I threw to her, the last one, she answered it also very wisely because of where we come from. That answer could cause another war, you know. So she just quenched them like that. But Rudolph, before I run away, I want to ask you, that song I sent to you, my real aim is for you. That was my first time I produced myself. People has always been doing it for me. I told you, I bought it, built my own home studio and did it. For me, whether you use it or not, I want you to give me a review.
I will. You know, I said yesterday, I wanted to play it live. I've not listened to it, but the format is not MP4 or so it couldn't support it.
Yeah, but I think it's to download it to be able to play. I have to download. But I sent another one, which will be much easier.
Okay, I'll be able to listen to it. I know that.
Yeah,
but I want to play it platform.
Yeah, I would like you to give me your own private.
I will. Next week I'll also play it for everybody to listen to. By next week I'll convert it.
Yeah, I enjoyed myself, and I really, like you said again, this program is therapeutic for me because when I come here, hear what people are saying and how we are trying to solve Nigerians' problem, if it's going to be solved, it helps me a lot for a new week, you know. So keep it up, bro. Thank you.
All right, thank you. AJ.
Dr. Rudolph, thank you so much. You've always brought quality people, so this is not the first time, and we enjoyed her take on. In fact, we're educated because not all of us, not me especially, have not really had any close shave with anybody who is dealing with any mental health issues. So it was an eye opener. Some of the things she talked about. And then also, I want to also tend to agree with my brother Revolution on what they one of the things they answered. You know, a comment made that we don't love Nigeria or
KJ system is suffering from mental health, so go to him. His system will not KJ himself. His system have developed mental health.
All right, let's go to.
Sorry.
KJ's back. Go ahead.
we now that I think my dear brother and pastor misunderstand our position. Nobody in his right thinking mind hates his culture. My culture is not Nigeria. My culture is I'm Igbo, and that's what I always say here. We are first our indigenous people before we became the name given by a man. We are born into the world as we speak our dialect. That dialect is not created by Nigeria. is created by the Almighty God who put us in different positions of geographical locations of the earth. And so we can claim without mincing word and without being misunderstood that we're from that part of the earth. And that is where we are. And we speak the dialect in which we find ourselves in those locations. We didn't create it. Just like you don't choose who should be your father. You don't choose who should be your mother. And that's the way we are. So telling my children and teaching them you are Igbo, whether you are in America or you are there or you're there, and this is your culture, is behoves on me. That's why God gave me the children. Because he knows I'm going to teach them what he has taught me. It's not because it doesn't have anything to do with Nigeria as a nation. It does not have anything to do with the government in power. It does not have nothing. It's who I am. Okay, so I just want to, I don't know if I understood the question he was trying to put to her. No, we don't hate, no, but no, I don't even think any African person will say I hate Africa, because Africa still remains, plays a major part in our lives. I would prefer, like I always said here, to be in the environment I know better, that has fresh food, fresh corn, fresh everything, okay, than to be where I have to be eating burger, nonsense, dog burger, cat burger, and the rest burgers. Those that's not food for me, So I enjoyed her, and I hope also some other time she'll come back. Meanwhile, there's another, sorry, this is for you, Rodolphe. There's a group you will also introduce, and we ask that you give us information on them. Since that time, we didn't hear anything. And then, second question to you also. This Zoro guy, is he your brother, or is you're back to the group guy? Because I want to understand the Zoro music.
I don't know who they are. I just like the music. And first of all, people send me music to play, and I always tell them, we have copyright issues with YouTube. So if I play certain music again and again, it's because they don't have copyright issues. So this one doesn't, Magic doesn't. So that's why I'm playing it. But I like the music too. I don't know who they are.
No, I like it. That's why I'm asking whether you know them. And
no,
I like it. The Zoro guy, the story is very interesting.
I'm actually looking for the guy, because it will be good to talk to him. I think he's somewhere in the West. So it will be good to talk to him. Hold on, Mazi, hold on. I just want to announce for those who may want to. Next Sunday, we have a very important guest, Dele Ogun. He's the author of the book, The Fatherless People. Really, if you care about Nigeria and understanding what's going on in Nigeria, I would recommend you get the book. There, the audio version, the digital e-book, e-version of the book, or the hard copy. And read the book. It will be an interesting conversation. I'm going to read the book myself, and he will be here next Sunday for a interesting conversation. So if you can join us, or if you can prepare for it by getting the book and reading it, that would be wonderful. All right. So what was the second question? Who were the KJ? You said two questions. I forgot what the other one was.
Yes, the other woman who talked about the project they are doing in Africa, and you said they're going to give us information on them.
Oh, I don't even remember the one. Remind me the name.
There was a group that was doing, and they were going to build 2,000 houses in Africa, in different parts of Africa.
Oh, yeah. Oh, she's going to come back. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the woman from England, from the UK. Yeah. I'm talking to them. I'll find time to. No, she's coming back. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, sir.
All right, Tim.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph. Thanks again for bringing that, for bringing Dr. Stan. I think, although I didn't start early enough because I had to go to church to go and deal with other mental. But I mean, to be honest with you, we do need experts like that from time to time to come in. And like you, honestly, even though, yes, I take it serious, but I also see coming to this platform as, it's like my place. KJ is here. He knows about church in Kwanta. So we go and sit down on a Sunday like this. It could be a K, it could be Nkwo, it could be Afo. And then whichever of the villages that has that market, if for instance, KJ comes from a village where today is Nkwo Sunday, I will be in KJ's house today. We will sit down, he will bring palm wine, we will drink. In 2 weeks' time, when it falls on my own, when my village, each village has their market day, he will come and we will sit down, pepper soup will be flowing and people will be chatting. I personally think some of those things help. They help us kind of unwind. It's in the midst of that place, in a light mood. You probably will be discussing with your friend, and before you know it, somebody will give you an answer to a knotty issue that you're facing and all those things, and you go home. So we've always had. It's just that we didn't have it as scientific as the Western world has put it, and we didn't put monetary values to some of those things. That's the one part of our African culture that we goofed. We didn't put monetary values to certain things. So the white man is very good with money. I tell people he lost more money more than the black man. That's what we don't seem to understand. That's why he's able to monetize literally everything. Even things that way back home Africa give out freely, the white man puts a monetary value to it, which has its own good side. But I mean, in all and all, I think it was a wonderful outing. I just got in when both of you were talking about that children issue and all that, and my family was watching. I had to leave them and come into the office where they were watching it and they were laughing and all that, because there are times I tease them and say, if you don't even know how to speak, of course, you put the blame on me because as a parent and all that. But I mean, without wasting too much time, I think it was a wonderful lecture. I gained a lot within the short period that I caught, because I didn't come in quite early. I missed all the clinical conversations you probably had with her. So, but this one part of this thing, and she tied it in very well. And I love the fact that, she saw that there is this is holistic. Everything we do, whether you're an African traditional worshiper, or you're a Muslim, or you're a Christian, it all has a place to play in helping you to manage your mental health and stay balanced. So, when we go to our town hall meetings, like those of us who live in Lagos, and they say, Obosi people are having Sunday meeting. Those things help. They help. Even though you go there and there's somebody you don't agree with and you fight with, you vent it and you go home. It helps. So, but for me personally, there's nobody I'm not going to be able to sit down and drink beer with. I went to church. I go to church, but I still drink beer and take my what's it called, my red wine, because I believe these things are all blessings God gave us. I'm not extreme to any of those things. There are people who.
Chim, what about this one?
One I am not sure yet. I don't have the revelation. I don't have the revelation about that one.
Chim, I thought you were a pastor.
Which one be this one?
My bishop.
Revolution. I used to do this. They told me I used to do it like this on Dr. Damage. No. That one is cigarette. That the other one is this way. I didn't know.
I just met my Bishop Jesus, went for a wedding and he gave them wine. In other words, he encouraged me to take it, but what he told me to do is to take everything in moderation. So
but wine is not beer. There is difference between wine and beer.
No, do you know how wine is gotten? Do you know how
Explain.
wine is gotten? Okay,
Explain. Through fermentation.
Wine comes from a fruit. Wine is not the natural state of that fruit. You ferment it, it goes through a process. Beer comes from belly, and it also goes through a process. What that tells me is that every natural, even palm wine, goes through a process. It's not as if you just bring it down and you drink. No, it goes through a process. So everything God gives us goes through a process.
Palm wine, no, they go through process. So
it gets more process. They go, then they mix and small.
We don't like
no, Jim. No, palm wine, no, they go process. I beg, natural.
Okay. But the bottom line is that I think at the end of the day, what God wants us to do is judicious use of the resources He has given us, and apply wisdom not to take anything to an extreme. Stay in the middle of the line. Don't go left or go right. That's all.
All right. Let's go to Pastor. He doesn't drink, he doesn't smoke, he doesn't do the other.
Rudolph, speak for yourself. Don't speak for me, please. I use God to beg you. Speak for yourself. Because by the time you say this now, people are watching and they will say, people that knows me will say, Rudolph. Well, actually, here is therapeutic. Let me say why it's therapeutic. There are several times I have told myself I'm not coming, I'm not broadcasting, I'm not moderating. And the next thing, I will put a thumbnail up. I'll call my guy in Nigeria. Make a thumbnail for me, please. We are going on here straight away. And even this morning, I joined Forefathers. I was writing an assignment, which is overdue anyway. I joined them this morning. Mazi Prince slept off. Jagun, they all slept off on live stage. That's how therapeutic it is. That is how therapeutic it is. Even when we shout at each other. Do you know, what's his name? Pastor Talulumide was on the platform yesterday, and they were having a go at each other. I was just looking, keep on going. It's all therapeutic. Now, to KJ and Righteous Man, I think you misunderstand my position, buttressing what the doctor said. So I'm going to put it this way. You keep telling your child, I'm not going to go down that road. I'm not going to go down that road. You give your child that reason, oh, there are bad guys there, they're this and that, they're this and that. And tomorrow, you now tell your child to go down that road. Will that child go down that road? Be honest, please. Will it? The child will not go down that road. I am not against teaching culture, teaching our... One of the regrets, I'm one who don't have regret. I try not to have regret, no matter how bad things I have done. But one of the regrets I have is that I didn't take my daughters to Nigeria as often as I go to Nigeria. Because I go to Nigeria almost every year. I didn't take them there. They are 25.
Pastor, sorry, that's not an accomplishment now. You live 6 hours away, so you can go to Nigeria like pure water. You should be going there to have dinner in the night and back.
So today I can't tell them, I can't box them and say, you know what, let's go to Nigeria and this and that. But you see, if you see a pit in front of you, you are not going in, and you are asking your child to go ahead of you. Is that possible? We recognize the problem of Nigeria. It doesn't stop us from not teaching. After all, the Chinese teach their children their Chinese language, even though the children have not been to China. The Indians, you see them, their children that were born in the UK, they speak Indian. They have their own problems and troubles. We recognize that. But I'm trying to buttress what she is actually saying. I'm not saying I'm not mixing culture with the way Righteous Man put it. So that is what she said. I am trying to buttress it. Now listen, people listen. Let me say, my kids are going somewhere, not to mention the place. And I was concerned. No. And you know what? Immediately they rebuke me. Dad, you can't say that. After all, when people talk about Nigeria, that people do, you always kick against them and say, go home. Why are you telling us not to go there now? What sort of concern is that? That's not a balance. And immediately I shut up. So you see, I'll be an idiot to say I don't recognize the troubles and the problems in Nigeria. No, I do. But when we keep singing it, and we not go to our children and say, you know what, you are going to Nigeria, so you go with me to Nigeria. You can't force them to. They ain't gonna do it because they'll throw it back at your face. Oh, Daddy, you said they kidnap people there. You said they kill people there. You said there's this and that. What will you do? Will you beat them? The answer is no, you can't. So that's what I'm trying to portray. But so anyway, this is a therapeutic.
Pastor, can I ask you a question, Pastor?
Go ahead. If Rudolph allows it, I'm not. Hold on 1 second. I'm not the moderator.
Okay, it's okay. Yeah,
please. All right.
I should go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, Pastor, not talking or mentioning about a problem, does it mean that that problem does not exist?
I never alluded to that.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Or I
If
did
you
not allude to that.
okay. Now, I don't think that now we are in a very global world where it is a global village. Information is accessible to whoever.
Correct.
And the kids we have today, there are things my second son was teaching me yesterday, you know, while we were discussing on phone because he's in school. So we were discussing, there were things he was teaching me. And I marveled. I had him, the thing really touched my marrows. So whether you tell your children the problem of Nigeria, whether you discuss the problem or not, the internet has made it so easy for them to assess what is happening globally. And they will come back to ask you questions about, oh, this is what I read in the internet. Is it true? Was Zeke formerly a president and he had no power? He was just a ceremonial president. Because while he was growing up in Nigeria, there was no opportunity to be taught history. So now on the internet, they are getting this information and they are coming back to ask you. So he didn't have any presidential power. He was just ceremonial. The power was lying in the north, the prime minister. That is it true. So what do you want me to tell him?
Okay, thank you for that. I'm glad you said that they can learn from anywhere. You are the father, you have a role to play, and that is the role to give a proper guidance, okay? And not to confuse the child. My son also is very intelligent. I was talking to him today, he has a phone, and you find out that he was using different voices to talk to me on the phone. And I was confused. Who is there talking, who is there in the background? This and that, this and that. So I have to educate him. So your role is to educate that child properly. There are certain things we can't deny. For example, you can't deny that there is an absence of electricity in Nigeria. I'll be telling the child a lie that there's electricity in Nigeria when there is none. But does that mean that people don't have a means of managing or surviving it? They do. So your role as a father is to guide the child. For example, you said Zeke is a ceremonial this thing. The power lies in the north, this and that. I mean, what are you portraying to the child? Is that really true? I don't know. So is that really true? So you have to give the child a balanced truth so that the child remember we are talking about our root here. What the doctor came is more or less highlight our root, not to forgo our root or whatever it is. Your job as a father is to guide the child properly. Don't say because you also read the Bible. So you have to guide the child properly.
Pastor, sorry, you have misquoted me. You have misquoted me.
Okay. Am I?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know.
I said my son read in the internet because history is absent in Nigerian school today. So he called me yesterday. No, you were quoting it as if that was what I told him. You are misquoting me.
No, that's not what I said. I said your responsibility as a father is to guide him properly. Balanced truth is called the balanced truth. Not denying the fact, but at the same time, you have to balance the truth. That is what I just said.
All right, let's continue to hear the view of other people. Thank you, guys.
I want to say goodbye. I'll be watching on the ground next week.
All right, thank you, Revolution. Mazi Prince, Yanis.
Yes, Dr. Damages and other panelists can mention, if I mention everybody's name, it will take forever because I will definitely give them some accolades. I purposely did not come online when the lady was there. However, I listened to it and I just want most of us to know when we talk about mental health, it's not a disease. It is not a disease. It's just about the wellness of your thinking, your thoughts. Okay? And those things come, they kind of like form a pattern in your life that defines your characteristics. Depend, they kind of like they are the one that allows you, propels you to act the way you act. And then when they say, because in Nigeria, some people think when they talk about anything mental, oh, is that madman on the street, or that one's on the street smoking igbo and all that kind of a thing. No, it's not. Okay, and in every facet of life, it's always recommended that you take care of your mental health. And what is it? Self-care. Self-care, for the females, self-care could be going to do their hair, going to do makeups, go, what do you call it? One or two things that women do. For men, just like Tim said, there is nothing wrong in taking beer. After all, the Bible says, "Don't take alcohol for your stomach's sake." It's in the Bible. Yes. So anybody can come here. Those people, like some people said yesterday, that I'm always against Christians. No. The Bible says, take alcohol for your stomach's sake. The only place it's bad is that when those that will now, instead of taking one bottle, they now take 10 bottles and then start speaking jargons. Then that's a problem right there. A bottle or two does not kill as long as you can withstand it. As long as you are not drinking it at work, you are not drinking it to go and drive, you're good. Um, Kitty, you wanted to talk about those Zoro. Zoro is Ijele. He is in Dubai. He used to be in this other program, other platform, this Igbo TV with Izuchuku, but Izuchuku passed on, you know. And then the other guy with him is called Maxi Michael. He's on Facebook. You can even communicate with him. He does all these MCs, he does all these shows, even in Nigeria. He can, if you have an event, he can come and perform and all that stuff. He does all that stuff. Uh, Righteous man, yes, in this, generation, they know better than us because of the internet. It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. The only thing there is if you don't know, if they ask you question related to what they've read, if you've not, you don't know much about it, you can ask for time to do your own, carry out your own research, or you tell them what you know, just what you know. It could be the truth, it could be distorted, whatever it is, but you tell them how you were told or how you saw it, what you know about it. Once you do that, you don't owe much explanation. That's all it is. Because if you go and then you distorting and kind of like acting as if it's the truth, they will still carry out their research, and when they come out, they will be disappointed that, oh, you told us lies. This is what we read, and that. So, in other words, just tell them what you know, and if you know, certain references that you could use, you make the references to them. They can go read it up, do their research, and all that stuff. Teaching children our dialects. I'm also, how would I put it? I'm also guilty of it too. I've never taught my kids. Rather, I prefer my wife, to teach them her own dialect. She's from the Cross Riverian area, so she does that. And then sometimes one or two times they come to me and they say, "Oh, they've had this thing in Igbo. What is it?" I explain it to them too, and I also taught my daughter, I text her, I said, you know what? I want you to, go on YouTube, find out, find an Igbo speaking whatever it is that you want to learn Igbo from there. And if you have questions, you come to me because most things they learn it from online. Things that they even know, they learn it from online. And all that. It's just our guidance that they need. It's very necessary we teach them. It's very necessary we also show them our cultural beliefs. I do tell them from time to time because there is something that is called cultural competence. Meaning what is culture, the way of life of people, and competence meaning how to adapt to it and all that kind of a thing. It's not a bad thing at all. It all helps. But like I said earlier, mental health it's not a bad thing. It's not a death sentence. It's not a disease. Like some people would think. In Nigeria, they say, oh, once they just say something about mental, they say, that one, you may make it there for street now. Make you enter street, go from one place to the other. And that one, a Chris. But other than that, it's all good. Do what you can do to maintain your mental health. You need it.
Okay.
If not,
Does that mean,
yeah.
like, for instance, Kulata needs to maintain his mental by
I
avoiding,
wanted to mention his name.
avoiding you?
I wanted to, I tried to stay away from that name. I tried to stay away from that name, and you mentioned it because I wanted to recommend he show up here. But him and who else? Him, one man went to Mo, and who else again?
Too much.
Oh,
The difference is too
Fokada
much.
should have been here.
The difference is too much.
Fokada
In
should have-
fact, not just too much, too much.
Okay, I think let's go to John Abba.
Yes, 2525, 2525. I be saying that phone about.
Pastor Yukoro, we dey hear you. Pastor Yukoro, we are hearing you. Yeah, John Abba, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about that. I did. Sorry about that.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I listened to the lady a little bit. It was very educative. We need such information for our generation, and we also believe, I don't know where Magic Priest have his own chapter and his own, and I think he's talking from First Timothy, where Paul says you should take a little. This is okay. That's what makes us in Nigeria, and that's what makes us good. We find, I think, Bible have helped us a lot, apart from those pastors that facing so other challenges and everything spiritualized. But it's something we need to talk about often. I remember one young man from Nigeria as a doctor. He used to come from Nigeria to buy some medications to so many prominent Nigerians who have opportunity to diagnose their whatever they are going through in terms of the mental health, and place them on medications. Eventually, I think things went out of hand. Some of them want, of course, it's a private thing, and they killed him. He's from my area. They killed him in Nigeria because those people don't want. They don't want that information out at all. And I don't know exactly what went wrong, whether they are trying to use political thing, all of that. But then we all have to be aware of our mental health. the fact that one is not blown out doesn't mean you don't face your own mental challenges. Sometimes things weigh all of us down, and then the only problem we have in Africa is the stigma part of it, that people don't want to be associated, even though you can see them struggling with it. But then it's wonderful thing that Rudolph do all the time, and so many of us here, especially all of you, Pastor and the rest, that KJ, Righteous Mind, and Mazi Priest, Chin, that we speak to issues, and that's why it's very, apart from, I think the only thing that drives us apart here so much is politics. But in every other thing, I think we share the same struggle, care for our community, especially when we see common things go out, we see them in pain. We know, of course, that those things can be taken care of. So we continue to advocate for such help for people, because before you know it, I remember a lady drowned her 3 kids in Lagos with herself. And all of those come from such voices that, and then you see that in as much as some pastor may take advantage of it, I think the only thing that is even giving people hope in Nigeria, in as much as those that are really those that does care about people's spiritual life and mental health, also church help in such way, but helps also the cover up. And then the only thing you know is that what is, even since there is no teaching on it, or no awareness, or there's no even facility for such things. I also remember a pastor here. His own pastor friend sent him his son that is on medication in Nigeria. He was in university and he didn't tell him he was taking any medication. And when the child got here, he was in school in East Texas here. And one day, the thing blew out because he refused to take medication and he think he was okay and all of that. And the guy was shocked. The pastor was shocked, thinking, what happened? And he called the parent. He was upset. You know, the pastor, I know him very well, we're very close. He was very upset with his pastor friend. And thank God the pastor here is a nurse. So he understands the struggle. But because of that, his own pastor friend covered up and didn't tell him what was the son was struggling with. Uh, a child has to end up go back to Nigeria. So we have a lot of challenges, maybe the stigma, but we, like Dr. Mazi Prince says that of California too, says that some of them you take a little wine for your infirmity, so maybe that way, that way.
Mr. Jonabo, I'm not a doctor yet. I'm just an MFT, not a
No,
doctor yet.
yeah, but if you
Yes.
are a doctor, you can't quote from the Bible anyway. It's not Bible that it's not, you are not licensed. That is not part of your license. I'm just kidding. So we all need to be aware of it, and in our local area, any way we can make that changes, we should encourage it and let even not only people in Nigeria, in as much as we believe that the help is very limited out there, even us in America here, we should encourage one another for any kind of help. Sometimes some men we have to be dragged to even do our annual checkup because and that's also part of it may not be mental health issues, but also it's a way of living well, being in good health. And if those things help us, if no matter how endowed you are with gift, uh, the world needs it, and you have to be in good health and be in good spirit to deliver it. And we all need it to be in that state of mind to do
Well,
that. So I'm grateful to her for her coming, And I hope our brothers and sisters around the world are listening to all. Should be taking that stigma and tell people we need it, and people should not use it to shame one another. It's something we can talk about, and we continue.
Chim, are you in as a moderator, or you came in? How did you come in?
Yeah, he asked me to help him hold forth. I'm not sure what he's going to do. So.
Oh, okay, all right. That was
But
why
you can go ahead, no problem. Just go ahead.
I apologize. I noticed it just disappeared, and I came in through.
No, no need to apologize. Just no big deal. But what I was going to add,
no, for not muting my microphone. I didn't know I didn't mute, so I was just negotiating the billions of dollars that are supposed to come into my account.
Just remember to send.
All right, I'm going to steer this thing. I'll start with KJ. KJ, this is mental health. Could you please? I want to take it in a different direction, and please don't shy away with it. In relation to sex and lovemaking, how does it affect one's mental health if it's not in existence? Mazi, why are you laughing? I don't understand.
No, sorry. What is not in existence? Sorry, I understand the question. If what is not in existence,
Mazi, help me to tell Chim what I just said.
What's not in existence?
Chim,
okay. Rudolph is here.
Chim, what you saying is that we will not get issues.
No, hold on, Mazi. Where Pastor is taking the conversation, I want to thank you for the day. I will see you guys next week. I'm not part of this. Chim, thank you so much. Pastor, over to you guys. Enjoy the conversation.
Okay, so my question would be, what is not in existence?
When it's not in existence between
lacking equals is not in existence.
Okay.
You go touch my mom and I leave me alone.
Here is my take.
Okay.
I have no knowledge. Let's say educational knowledge. I'm not qualified to speak on that topic. But I can say
no, KJ, that is unacceptable. You have
why did you choose KJ to start this topic? Why did you choose KJ to start the topic?
I like to make an informed, give an informed information.
KJ,
I don't have way with
everybody opposed to that. You must say something.
Why did you choose? Why did you choose KJ to start the topic?
I'm to make any informed decision that I can stand by. I have not read anything of. Like I said earlier to Dr. Rudolph, I've never dabbled into mental health, and I've never read anything except for gleaning here and there, which is not enough. But all I can say is that life itself and human creation is a creation that God has perfectly made. Nothing that does not that should exist and it didn't exist will make the person become handicapped. In other words, even when one person's limb is taken off, there's always a built-in. It's just like the aeroplane. Once I was talking to my pastor, is a pilot, and so once I was saying that the aeroplane is built in such a way that it has 3 redundant engines for every small part, so that whenever one is not working, the other one automatically will kick in. So they must have taken that design from God. If you take off any part of your limb or your body part or something is not functioning appropriately, God has made the provision that another part of it quickly kicks in and takes control of that function. If someone loses an eye, the other eye becomes more effective than if someone loses a limb, like those who have gone to school and lost their limb, automatically they switch to writing with the left, and they're able to do that very effectively. So I think that is my thinking now. I'm not talking from any research that I've done or anything. I'm just speaking off my head. That's why I say I'm not in a position to give you an informed information on this. Make a very good contribution.
Thank you, gentlemen. I beg your indulgence to give to follow. There's a follow-up question for KJ. KJ, you gave an analogy of an aeroplane having extra engine to kick in view in the context of what we are discussing about, and you said that they must have gotten it from humans or from God. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. So in the context of the question I asked to you, in the absence of that, based on your argument, what are you suggesting? I want to put some things before you. So just tell me if that is what you are suggesting. If that is absent in the life of a husband and a wife, in the context of marriage, in the conference of marriage, are you suggesting that they both, I mean, since it's not in existence, they can go have it somewhere else or do some other thing?
You see, if you're taking my analogy, it didn't project in any way to that point. It didn't project in any way. I said it is built in, not outside of the aeroplane.
Thank you.
It's built into the aeroplane.
I'll
So
go
when
to
you
the
are
next
when the plane is airborne, it doesn't have any other place to go and plug that. So it's built in. Now I will expand because you've okay. Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, KJ is frozen.
Go ahead.
I will go to anyone can
Alright,
go
you
next.
can still hear
Anyone
me.
can go next. It's
If
frozen.
you can still hear
Anyone
me.
can go next.
I'm saying that.
Oh, it's still there. Sorry.
When that does not work, when it's one function is not functioning, it can be overlooked. That is first of all, the reason for marriage is companionship. First, it's not about that. Everything mustn't be built in one go, one particular function. But it can be, there's nothing that cannot be worked on, So you can always change from what you lay out. Unless of course that's the reason why you went into marriage, then it becomes a problem. Thank you.
All right, anyone can go next. There's no particular order.
KJ, I disagree with you. I disagree with you.
Pastor.
Okay. Master Prince, hold on 1 second. Go ahead, Chief. Sorry, I'll come to you, Master Prince. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I wanted to fully understand that concept of when it's not in existence. Do you mean in terms of practical physicality? There is a...
Sorry, I mute myself. Yes, practical physicality. Yeah, that's it. There's no two words for it. There's nothing spiritual about it.
Okay.
All right.
So my view is that like the doctor rightly said, that when we have challenges as human beings, sometimes we have this tendency, me inclusive. So I'm not speaking from a perspective of and not somebody who's exonerating himself and talking like a specialist. I'm not, but I'm talking from experience and from something that personally I have been guilty of. You find out that when we experience challenges, either it is money or, typically for us as Africans, one of the things that, in marriage gives people headache, they don't have children. The woman is worried she doesn't have children. She starts considering what is her stake. Like we say, those who go to school, they say, when you get into university, they say they use pencil to write your name. So the woman is feeling maybe they use pencil to write her name in that family is not yet strong. She no get roots yet. When we go through any challenge that has a tendency to create a mental challenge for us, we often feel that's the end of it. But like this doctor said, she used a phrase. She said the sun will shine again tomorrow, meaning there is hope. That don't just conclude that because right now you're in a challenge, then that's the end of the world. You've hit a brick wall. So you taking that into this conversation, I would say my view would be that nothing has spoiled yet. Is to give it time, to give it opportunity to resolve it. If it is in terms of the physicality, like you remember our last conversation, Pastor, when I said they can work on it. You understand what I say? If you remember, I said something about that the couples will work. Now you're a team. So it's to go and work on it. And I think personally, coming from the Christian angle where it says love suffereth long and love is patient. So that is where that patience will be tried. Usually it is when people feel that there is no hope. And that's the beauty of Christianity. Christianity gives a lot of hope. In fact, for those who bash Christianity, and I'm happy John Abba mentioned that earlier on when when he spoke. That's the beauty of the Christian faith. It gives hope. You understand? Unfortunately, yes, we know that some ministers have overstretched it and taken advantage of that hope to do other things behind the scene. But Christianity gives you hope that is today, you know, it may not be working today, tomorrow things could get better. And that's what has actually created the resilience in Nigerians back home. So I would say my suggestion would be that, you know, that it's not working today doesn't mean it won't work. It won't work tomorrow. So sorry, Achim, if you need permission before you speak, go get it.
That's Rudolph for you.
Okay. Rudolph, please. You have gone. Go away. Don't come.
Okay, Chim. Let me spin it around on a more serious note, because this is mental week or mental month, and we must not. The doctor said a lot of things that are true, and we shy away from these things. Men in particular shy away talking about sex and love making in the confines of marriage. Anyway, in the confines of marriage, we reference to the Bible. So when the Bible was talking about the husband and wife fasting, and after fasting, they should come together immediately so that they do not what they don't give room to the devil to get tempted. Mm-hmm. And in reference to that temptation, it's often the man that falls. So if the Bible
that's not true. But
Chim, statistically, wives are more faithful than husbands. We can't deny that. Statistically,
how can you say that when we have a Nigeria where
I said don't say that?
What are you saying?
Listen, Chim. No, this is
Pastor, before you go ahead, sorry, don't be funny that I took the words of you. You know what? There are some myths, some things that we have held on to because of the culture where we come from, where, you know, our culture raised our women well to be patient, to be enduring. But in the modern era, where we are beginning to embrace more of openness for women and everything, you begin to see that, listen, those things are not actually accurate anymore. So I would argue that statistics, wherever you got it from, is not accurate. It's not accurate.
I am standing on that statistics that regardless of the culture, geographical location, women tend to be more faithful, regardless, married or otherwise, than the men. And I'm going to give you an example. I'm going to cite a lot of examples to you. Okay, it takes for the man. We're all men. We most of us, like John Abba, has gone around the block more than every one of us on the platform here. Everybody shy. Why are you people shy? I don't get this. What is wrong?
Nobody is shy. You're making us laugh, and you say we shouldn't laugh.
No, shy away. KG has run away because I said John Abba. For you to be able to go that far with a woman, it takes a lot of, it requires a consent. But for a man, you know that is not the case. Once you touch him, he's gone. We all know that. So that is where I draw my statistics from. And you can ask anybody. Yes, the world have changed. There's this openness and everything. But I still say that statistically wise, women, married or not, are more faithful than the men. But let's go to what we said. The Bible says that you should come together. So if there is prolonged abstinence between these two people, do you not think that is a room for what? For either of them to check on each other?
So is that to me or to everybody?
To everybody.
Okay.
People with experience.
Righteous man.
Sorry, Chim. People with experience.
People
with experience are joining.
Righteous man can go ahead.
I won't stay. I don't think I'll stay long, but I just want to say something.
Sorry, Richard.
What exactly do you consider cheating? Because most times cheating even happens before the real actual cheating happens. Cheating is not only when you finally ended up in bed. a man and a woman, who finally end up in bed extramarital. Women.
The floor now.
Let me take a reference. I'm a married man. Since I got married, I did one thing. You see, female relationship, friends. I don't have anything. I barricaded myself from having anything called female friends. The women I used to be close to in the past, who I shared some level of closeness with, I barricaded myself away from it. And the reason is simple. They take time, it could begin to take time. It's from checking on you. How are you doing? Oh, how's your family? You're married now? How is your home? Hope your kids are doing well. You don't need to bother about my kids and my family. That's for me. It's left for me and my wife to bother about what's going on in our home.
Question for you as you continue. Introducing your spouse to those people.
So are you saying that you are perfect?
No, I'm not. See, it's from the recognition of my weakness. Is the fact that I recognize my weakness, that I don't want to give space for anything. But women, on the other hand, a woman can be in the market today trying to buy something, and the person, maybe she's buying from maybe it's a male trader or whatever, and they can exchange numbers. This thing, that male could chat that woman up. Hope you got home safely. Yeah, so thank you for. The woman will say, yes, thank you for everything. You are very nice to me. The woman already knows that this man has interest in you. They might even know that the woman is married. They will know the woman is married. The woman equally understands this. But women, they tend to think they are mentally stronger. Women naturally enjoy attention. As men, as for us, we don't care about attention. Women enjoy that attention. That aspect of enjoying attention, trying to keep a man, at arm's length, and an interested admirer or whatever. For me, that is where the cheating starts.
Here. Somebody says we need a female here, and I'm going to beg at a black beauty to please come and join us, please.
Sure, Chief. But Ostadima, what about those on the streets? Because I could see you right now while driving. How many women have you looked at?
Let me tell you, since I got married, my brother, I've not looked at anyone twice.
Oh, you always close your eyes when driving.
Listen, see, my brother, listen. You see, to the extent that, if I'm with my wife and we're watching a movie or we're going through a vlog, she'll be like, hey, this woman is beautiful. I've never commented on the beauty of any woman since I got married. I said to my wife, you see me, where I date, nothing like any other woman fine for my eye. In fact, I've used something to block my eyes.
You're very well.
I know.
Oh, see,
I'm not telling you. If any of you had my wife's phone number and you call her today, you call her, she'll still tell you this. In the midst of my friends, I got married.
I need to call your wife. I need to follow you one day when you are driving.
I've not recognized another woman being beautiful.
Good.
Yeah, Oshita is a very good woman rapper. Let's go.
Listen. It's not about being a good woman. It's not about being a woman rapper.
No,
it's about somebody knowing
what I mean in that in another language we are using the old terminology. The Bible says, "Behold, things are changed." We are talking about
my brother. Listen,
we are not saying. When I use the word rapper, I do not mean it in the it's not using that term, right? It's not the word. The way I use it is not the way.
That's the term I understand it. I don't know the other term for woman rapper. Woman rapper, in my own sense, is someone who is under the control of a woman. No.
I mean, God has said you are focused.
My brother, it's not just about God. Yes, there is grace, but discipline, but understanding your weakness. See, there are other men who are able to cope with that, keeping female friends and all of that.
Solomon in the Bible was weak.
No. See, listen. If you brought a Muslim to this forum now, and in their culture, polygamy is allowed, isn't it?
Who told you that it's not allowed in Christianity? Who told you it's not allowed? Who told you polygamy is not allowed in Christianity?
I don't know how advanced you are in Christianity, but at the level of my own knowledge, the level of what I know, I don't think it's a standard practice in Christianity. But that aside, first of all, my own mental state, my brother, you see me, it's not easy to even deal with one woman. The attention, see, the energy it takes to keep a woman emotionally satisfied is enormous. I don't have enough of it. It's difficult enough to, keep one woman satisfied. So the men who actually have the capacity to do so, my brother, sometimes I wonder where they get the strength from.
Osita,
someone should take off the floor. I just wanted to present my own.
No, Osita, before you go, hold on. Okay, I acknowledge your claim. Okay, but you see, when you say you don't even look at the beauty of another woman, am I correct?
I don't see it. See, okay. If another woman passes me
now, Osita, wait. You see, when some experienced people do, Osita, wait. Even Jesus Christ said, if you look lustfully unto a woman, Osita, the only person who know your heart, now be God, who can see your heart. Your wife cannot.
Absolutely.
Nobody can. But I can put it to you, say, you don't see babe before, where you talk, say, Kai, man, this shankers, this person, God take time to create this person. In your heart, you don't have, only once looking, you go through face. But once it registered in your heart, it's always registered there. Let's keep things realistic and simple.
My brother, Osita have already defined himself. Osita said that we cannot prolong this thing. We can't. Osita defined himself. He said, "I'm weak as hell. I don't do those things." So
my brother, listen.
With what he says.
Listen, I know who I was when I was single, and I know the man I want to be as a husband and as a father. You get? So I said, that's why I said everybody is different. Everybody's strength and weaknesses is different. What if I'm that kind of person that the moment I stare for more than 1 minute, you will start leading to wanting to go and collect number?
So can I quickly say something? I hear you, and please, I'm not here. Please, whatever works for you, stay with it and do it. Please, like you rightly did, you have defined yourself, you understand yourself. Nevertheless, one or two things I want to add is this. A lot of the things we do sometimes is also a function of what we have been taught. Do you understand what we've learned? There are people who have grown up in places where they were raised in an environment where they have female friends, no strings attached. The both of them know most, and they are friends. And each of them will go and get married to other people. In fact, when people see them, you might even suspect, because of the way our brain works, we'll say, why is Eddie and this person always together? And they're friends. And nothing will happen. And guess what? They might not even have any chemistry in terms of love. And the guy will see some other person that he feels suits his female friend and say, this guy likes you. And that person will go and marry that person, and this person, and they say, oh, I thought they were together or whatever. No, they were not. No, but see, this is a function. A lot of the times, the environments, the settings we are raised in influences our worldview, whether it is worldview in terms of money, worldview in terms of male-female relationship, even understanding of what sex means. Incidentally, because we were raised in an African society where, to an extent, there was some measure of diaspora. Remember, sex is not an open conversation. It's not. It's just now that we are starting to deal with these things openly. When in our own days, in the days when we were growing up, not taboo to talk about them. And I don't know if I speak for everybody here. Not taboo. We know they talk about them. My father, my mother never talked sex with me till I left the house. Not till today. They never discussed that with me. My father has never asked me who was your girlfriend. Never till today. But remember, right now, my wife teases my son. She'll say, hey, bro, your son is having female admirer, and my son will say, "Oh, stop that! This is my wife teasing my son," and we too we tease. So, but I didn't even get that teasing when I was growing up. So there are certain things that were taboo. So it's not uncommon that in our generation, when you see a man and a woman together, and purely nothing, for outsiders of those two to just conjure and say, that guy don't catch that babe. See, as they told them, just did. Meanwhile, nothing. So my own philosophy when it comes to this is to say, if you have a female relationship and there's nothing wrong, what's wrong in at a point, my wife knew all my female colleagues, all of them. I always introduce. She would ask me, "Oh yeah, she's doing well." She knew them, and they knew her. They knew her. They call her. Some of them end up building their own relationships with her. So that's why I asked you that question at the beginning. Have you ever thought about if you had a female friend? And I want to believe that when I use the word friend, I mean real friend. Nothing. No, there's no chemistry. Have you ever thought about saying, okay, one of the safe zones to have this relationship is for this person to also be your wife's friend? It's another way.
Absolutely, but can I respond to something?
For himself, and you guys have to respect his own opinion. And let us move on to the next
So
person.
I want to put this out here. Yeah? I don't know if it helps in this argument, but I believe none of you here is a nurse, and I am. I studied nursing in the university for 5 years. So you can imagine in a class where you have over 100 women and about 5 guys.
I understand, and you're the only man. I get you.
So you can see that I've had more to deal with women like on daily basis.
So, sir, you've not attended to a female patient, that you're gonna have to put some kind of drip or give some kind of like injections.
My brother. We are discussing about marriage. I just told you who I became.
Let me ask Pastor a question. Pastor, hold on. I want to ask sorry, JJ, hold on a second before you go on. Pastor, you remember the video I posted yesterday on the group? Although nobody commented on our WhatsApp group, I posted something of a massage. I don't know.
I saw it. Yeah, I saw it. But I did. Okay. I've not taken time to look at it.
I'm not in that WhatsApp group, so I didn't see it. But if you put me, I'll be able to see it. Meanwhile, before I address what I want to say, Mazi Prince, please read the comment I sent for you on the private chat. Now, Pastor, situate this thing for us. Are you talking about in terms of marriage or in the terms of life itself? For instance, I like what Oster has said. I mean, he has, for everybody at one point or the other in life, we're dealing with different variables. Some of us have conquered certain ones, some have not. Some have taken care. Look, my late father was the one who first taught me how to deal with the issue of women because I was growing up. And he told me that those people who spend money, some people say, I'm fine, I don't spend money on girls. But now, if the woman transports to your house and you offer her coke, you offer her food, whatever you buy her meat pie, that was what was raining there in Nigeria. Whatever you offer is going to come out of your pocket. It's not going to come from her. So if at the end you say you didn't spend money, how come, bros? All right. Then secondly, one day I got over this situation because I was telling myself, growing up, in my community where I come from, there was a time I don't live there, but one Christmas we went, and my relatives were telling me that they passed a law in our community. You cannot hold hands with any woman, girl or boy, okay, because they wanted to curtail, abuse or unhealthy relationships. So you can't even hold hands. That was how strict they were in that community or in that time. All right, all that has been put aside now. But this is how I dealt as a young man growing up. I looked at every female and I looked at what is the attraction. And some people say, oh, big bomb, or whatever it is. I just see those things at places where you use to go to the toilet. And if you go to the toilet with it, it means that no matter what it is the same thing. So I dealt with it because just like Osita said, or somebody said earlier on, I have not even been able to finish the one I'm marrying. I have not finished. Okay, I'm still trying to, it is burden to me. All right, so I'm serious. I'm talking to you guys openly as man to man. All right. Now, how did I deal with that? just imagine, it's a lot of emotional. You have to do this, do that. You have to. I'm trying to deal with one. Throughout my lifetime of dating, I never dated two women because I hate the fact that I'll be in my house. Somebody is knocking and I'm afraid that maybe somebody else coming to my house. So I didn't want that nonsense. So I was just a simple young man, like you can see. I didn't have plenty of wahala because I dealt with that long time ago. Majority of the friends, if I have 50 friends, about 45 of them are women, and they all know my wife. In fact, the last time we left here, we went for Jerry Ezra's program in Houston. We stayed we stayed 1 week in one of my friends' their houses. There are people I knew before I even got married because my wife herself know, and they also know. We have had a healthy relationship. It didn't pass brother and sister. I never let it go beyond that point because I situated myself in a place where that issue will not even come up. That issue will not come up at all. So it depends. Like I said, I'm not blaming anybody who has not gone through that, but I'm saying that we all at different levels in life. We have dealt with different situations at different times. Some are ahead, some are behind, some are the middle. So I cannot use my position to judge anybody or to use it to say this person also, I'm able to do this, why can't you do it? No, we are all at different levels of life and we are dealing with different situations at a time. So nobody can say I'm an expert in this. So if it gets to me, no, you can't say that.
Please, let me put this out here. I didn't paint the picture of myself because I was trying to define myself. Please, the conversation was about, I was trying to make point about the fact that women can actually be cheating more. That's what I was trying to support.
I agree with you. Yeah,
you get because most times women give more rooms easily for cheating. That is not actually the real cheating. Whereas when a man wants to cheat, he goes straight. He will collect the number. You will know his intention. But the woman can be enjoying attention as a side dish. That is the point I was trying to make. For myself,
my counter with your talks is this. I'm guilty of collecting numbers. Yes, I do collect numbers. But does that mean that I cheat? No, I don't.
But we don't know what your intentions are.
Well, that's fine. You don't plan to cheat. What I'm saying is that myself, I won't put myself in a position where I need to collect number to even ask you or check on you or want you to know. Anything that makes me collect a woman's number, it has to be something that maybe is work related or business related. In most places that I've worked, I left there without having anybody's personal contact, apart from the person, maybe the managers or the HR. If I want to reach somebody, I know how to call them officially. But I'm doing it for my own reason, based on, like I said, I know my weaknesses. I know myself.
So if a woman calls you now,
my brother, listen.
Hold on, Prince. Yeah, I know. I mean, we can laugh about it, but I guess his point is straightforward, and we all know it. Everybody, it's like money. Listen, it's like money. There are people that I'm telling you can become Nigeria's president and not touch a dime. It's possible, but there are people you can't even keep it's like saying keeping the goat and the yam. There are some people you won't try it with. If you just try one thing near them, but there are other people who are honest with themselves. They know financially they're not very good. And when they're like maybe in a group, they're gathering money and they say, let's give it to the person will tell you honestly, don't give it. Not because he's going to steal it. But what happens is if he suddenly has a need for money, he might be tempted to touch that money. And he doesn't want to go in because he doesn't have the capacity to pay back. But there are people you will give billions, wake them up the next second, they will give you your money back instantly. So I guess that's what Osta is saying.
For instance, there are times when sometimes I get messages on my Facebook. It will be a woman saying, oh, I just wanted to check on you. I just wanted to be there. And I'm looking like, what? You want to check on me for what? I don't know you. What do you want to check on me for? I don't have any business with you. You know? So what I'm saying is that, but there are people who are very good, who can handle all those things, create that communication. I don't want to put myself in that position. I don't see, I have a lot going on in my life already. I don't need any side distraction. Do you understand? But that doesn't mean it is the strategy for everybody.
Osta is all about self-control. and it's all about
my brother. Now my self-control be that. Please, can I make a contribution? My brother, I just told you, no matter the number of women you've met, you've not met more women than myself. I can say that to you.
Pastor
Andrew, you've not met more women than myself.
I'm listening. Osita, let Righteous Man make a contribution, please. I just want things to flow naturally. I don't want to interject, or it's not a discussion we are fighting over. So, Righteous Man, the floor is yours.
Pastor, I asked you a question. Why did you start this discussion with KJ? Because I don't know why you choose KJ and you were emphasizing it, KJ. and KJ innocently.
Righteous Man is from one pastor to the other. You see, I'm in between both of them. He jumped in and went to KJ. So
KJ innocently gave analysis with aeroplane. Yet pastor was not convinced. He dragged him back again. So I really don't know. But since both of you are pastors, you will be able to preach to us better and then teach us the things we don't know, why he's so much after you opening this topic, you know.
This is my opinion. KJ is trying to shy away.
If we can, I would love to hear from Olumi. Then let's hear his own. Let's see if he's a professionalist.
No, but I have not finished now. I've not finished.
Sorry, Righteous Man. Sorry.
John Aban. Why did you call my brother Osita, that is a woman rapper? Why?
I think that aspect has been clarified. Don't let us drag us into that. We're having a nice fun here. Yes.
Okay. I believe it's part of the therapy. I believe it's part of balancing our mental health. You know.
He has already clarified himself.
But back to what Osita was saying. You know, I think we didn't really understand him very, very well. Osita is not saying, if I got him right, he is trying to support the motion that men fall easily, or men can easily cheat more than the women. I think that's the motion he was supporting.
Righteous Man, no, wrong. Osita is actually saying that Pastor Yuko's initial assertion that women are more faithful is not correct. That's why he brought in the conversation, and he has said that again.
Okay, he is saying that women cheat more than men.
No, I didn't say that women cheat more than men. No, please look at what I said. I said, listen, if a man wants to cheat, he go collect number, and he will start making the advances. You can clearly see it. You know, clearly asking a woman out, let's see where you did, and all of that stuff. A woman, on the other hand, let's say a woman who is married, she could meet someone, and in her heart of hearts, she knows that this man has interest in her. The woman will still give her number and be enjoying the attention on the side, not actively cheating on the husband, like going to meet the man in a hotel or in a certain position. But you should be enjoying all that attention. How was your day, and all those stuff? All of that stuff. A man who doesn't want to have interest in cheating with a woman doesn't do that. Yeah, a man has no time, checking on women for, frivolities. How are you doing and all that kind of stuff. I don't think any man has that kind of time, especially one who is married and who has a family. But where women can be enjoying that attention as a married woman. That's what I'm saying.
Can you repeat yourself?
Osita, I support your stand 100%. You are very, very correct. Yeah, it's true. What you have said is true. a married woman can collect your number, or even you collect her number. Not that she's going to cheat on the husband, maybe you taking her out, but she is enjoying the conversation. She has time. She wants to while away with you, talking and enjoying it. But I don't think that
exactly, which is what I'm saying, and that all that is also part of cheating. Although people
no, it's
might
not cheating. No, that's not cheating.
cheating.
That's not cheating. No.
Okay,
it's not cheating.
Let me tell you. Someone like myself, my wife does that to me, I'll consider it cheating.
Wow, you are in the extreme.
So I am. If that is the case, then let it be. And that is also the reason why the sort of measures I put on myself, I put it on myself.
No, but don't you, Osita, sorry, don't you consider it that you are caging the woman and she's not breathing?
Oh, caging the woman. So where they cage myself, does it mean that I need oxygen?
But that is Osita, that is not the woman. The woman is different. Osita is different.
My brother, see, make all of us not come discuss how our marriage day for here. Anyway,
okay.
What I've just told you is what I think. Okay, you can't be chatting a married woman, asking her how was your day. Hope it went well. What did you guys eat today? How was work? What then is the job of the husband? What then is the job of the husband?
Osta, let me ask you a question, please. Guys, hold on, please. Let me ask you a question. So you work in an organization, a corporate environment, and you guys, after the weekend, everybody comes in. You know the usual, especially here in the Western world, it happens a lot. But it also happens back home in Nigeria, from a different cultural perspective. And everybody like, hello, hi, how was your weekend? You share those things. Sometimes, depending on how close people are in a team, you will see some male counterparts say, so and so female colleague, you're looking radiant. Oga must have been very caring over you during the weekend. Now, I don't do that in this Western world. I try to stay away from that because of the nuances and the way people interpret things. But back home in Nigeria, I've done that. I've seen female colleagues too have that. Hello, I hope you took madam out today or whatever. And then you...
But even the things you're discussing...
Let me land so that you respond well. You compliment your female colleague. You're married. The person is married. All of you know. You might have attended her wedding. She might have attended your own. But you give that compliment to say, wow, you're looking wonderful. You must have had a beautiful weekend. Our guy is really doing a beautiful job. All of us, you understand what I'm saying? Now, in the context of what I've explained to you, Osita, so that is wrong.
No, what you just did now, in fact, is something that is so public. You're in a workplace. People are saying, hey, this woman, your things are good for you, or because some people can make such comments. They shine, or sometimes you even come to work, or you went for a holiday. This holiday come off for your body. That is a very different thing. But when you walk up to a woman personally at a workplace, see, my brother, we know. See, there is something that is a very platonic admiration at a workplace, and even at a workplace. But I can tell you this, I can tell you about myself, and I'm not saying about people. And the reason is this: I'm also not the kind of person who makes frivolous jokes or who just wants to play around with people. Since I got married, nothing. I don't.
Osita.
Since I got married.
Osita.
How many times? My brother, I'm listening to you. How many times did you call me? Speak to me.
No, I'm not going to ask you that. Allow me to cancel you. Leave that your personal life aside. Just keep it to yourself. Okay?
See.
No,
absolutely.
Wait now. Listen, I allowed you to speak. Okay? Keep your marriage private. Leave it like that. You know why I say you should leave it like that? Okay? People are listening. Okay? And you don't know human beings. And my prayer is that you should not know human beings to that extent that when you boast too much, they will Osita, wait, relax.
See,
your blood is too hot. Don't worry, they see your blood today.
No,
Hot.
see,
Relax.
Osita, let me.
Relax. I allow you to
I want to close this topic. Do you know why?
Osita,
you know why?
Wait.
Like I said,
I said wait.
I didn't say this because I wanted to.
Osita,
no, I want to put it down.
Osita, hold on.
Okay, guys, I will leave because I don't want to become personal, and I want to put it out here. This is not a template for everybody. That is what I'm saying. People have things that work for them in marriages, but I believe that all those things about that the cheating. The whole point I'm trying to make is this: the cheating doesn't start. It's not only when it's ended up in bed. Cheating actually starts before that. That is the whole point I'm trying to make here, and nothing else. I'm not trying to define myself or boast about whatever.
I agree with you on that.
That is the only that is the only point, so that we don't delve away from that. And it's because they said, "Oh, men cheat more." But if you now calculate the psychological cheating, the pre-cheating aspect before the cheating, that figure might not be correct. This is the whole point I'm trying to paint here, please, so that we don't drift away from the main conversation.
Okay, so, before you leave, there's something I guess Pastor was trying to say, but he didn't get time to say it. I understand where he's going. I'm going to throw it at you. You remember the story? You're a Christian, right? So you've heard of the story of Judah and his daughter-in-law.
Please remind me. You know, plenty story in the Bible.
Judah was not cheating on anybody. His wife, I don't know whether his wife, the Bible doesn't tell us, but maybe I think his wife was late. Pastor, the pastor said, can correct me.
Yeah, the wife was late. The wife died.
All right. And he had 2 sons that he gave out. He helped them get married. And long story, there was, one son, the other, he couldn't give birth to children, and they were dying because one not better. Anyway, cut long story short, he promised his daughter-in-law he would give her in marriage to his younger son when his younger son gets older. The younger son got older. He didn't fulfill that promise intentionally because he feared she had bad luck with husbands. Now, that daughter-in-law planned him, arranged and had sex with him. I still struggle to understand how he did that without knowing that was his daughter-in-law. But remember, these are Oriental people. They used to cover their faces. So the point I'm trying to make to you is this, and that was where Pastor was going. We have this colloquial saying that if they mean you, then go arrange you. So Pastor was trying to tell you to keep your things private, not be too open, because if those people mean you, with which you don't talk this evening, then go find you. So that's all I wanted to say.
You are muted, Osita.
Absolutely, you're correct. And that's why I'm trying to shift the conversation away from myself. So the conversation doesn't have to focus around me. The whole point I was trying to make in this is that if you consider the psychological cheating aspect, I don't know if there's even anything like that referred to as that, but that is what I see it as. The psychological aspect, the pre-cheating before the cheating, we might find out that more women cheat than men. Attention-wise, women love attention. They see a woman prefers attention even than the physical intimacy that men can readily offer. Anyone who is married should know that.
Even that attention that makes them give the other thing out finally.
Exactly. So that is the attention aspect that I'm talking about.
Sita, we cannot dwell. It's not about you. It's just the way you came up with it that you make it about you. But what you are trying to say in essence, what I want to take from your conversation is that there are people who are very weak, and they should stay away as much as they can. And that will be the only way they can sustain themselves. And that is to you and your own experience. If some other people hear what you are saying, there will be a different meaning. If it's too, this is a month of mental health. You cannot just keep somebody like, oh, you cannot have a conversation if you are not good in it. Like I care less if my wife collect 10,000 people's phone numbers. It's a very social aspect of her life. She keep friends. Everybody is different, so we cannot bring that one and compare. Yeah, you are the one that make it personal from the beginning and then later on. But it's a month of mental health. I don't want to talk too much into that.
But I didn't say it is something that everyone should do, or that it is a solution that should be for everybody.
Yes, then you also make a point like you made a point that the emotional aspect of it, the attention aspect of it, that it can be a different way. It doesn't have to be go to the other side extreme, which everybody that listening to you will believe that. My own thing to you is that if you are a Christian, you should say that there was a time Peter said that he would die with Jesus, even to prison. He said he will go. And Jesus said, this thing no be so. He said, no, I will. So I'll stop here. God bless you.
John Amba, you are like what Yoruba people call Agbaya.
No. It's not Agbaya. It's right. It's right. That is why Kim. Thank you
I
very
agree
much.
with him. I agree with him totally.
Thank you very much for that. And I don't know. Does Olumide has not said anything. Olumide, are you on this platform? It's not politics, so you're not really interested.
Normally, I'm not interested in conversations like this, to be honest.
Hello. Good day, guys. That's okay. The government of Chief Nubu suspended the cyber levy scam.
Olumide, can we talk about something else, please?
Which is good.
You are affecting our mental health.
That's fine. So let me contribute to the. I understand where our friend Osita Dima is coming from. You understand? So, but when you blame the opposite, we are wired. I believe that the two sexes, the man and the woman, are wired differently. You understand? The man wants to go straight to the point, give me your phone, blah 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 blah. The woman wants a little bit of emotional, she wants to be set emotionally before she clicks into it. So I think it's just the way we're wired differently. You understand? It doesn't.
Olumide, is that why you're showing up? Is that why you're showing us your co-worker every time? That's what you both girl. Is that why?
No, she's just walking behind me, so that's.
I hope you kind of have a disclosure with her that there is a camera, so that tomorrow she will not say that you are exposing her to.
Don't worry. She knows what I'm doing. You can just ignore it. So we have to understand that part of difference between a man and a woman, and I think for me even though it takes two to tango, but I think that the man is a lot more weaker when it comes to the issue of falling. The man is a lot more weak. I disagree with Osita Dima in that respect. A woman is able to control herself. She can. I'm telling you, they can do it. They can control themselves for days, weeks. You understand? I'm a married man, and I know. But a man sometimes can't. He wants to. That's why the man wants to. He doesn't care about emotions. He wants to get into the mood. He gets into the mood. He wants to get it done and over with. That's it. So I think the man is a lot more. That's my own own take. It takes a lot of discipline for the man to be exposed to temptation and look the other way. It takes a lot of discipline. You understand? That is even beyond. I'll be honest with you. It's even beyond. See, some pastors, some people will come and form spirit, but they are the ones that are even more carnal. We've heard a lot of pastors fall into temptation. Spanking all the choir girls and whatever. So a man, it takes a lot of self-discipline. You understand? A man may not even be. For instance, I'll give you an example. A man may not subscribe to any religion. He may be atheist. You understand? But in this part of the world, we have rules. Like if you're a certain professional, a healthcare professional, for instance, you cannot have any relationship with your clients. you don't even have to engage in it. The moment you start to exchange text, you start to involve in some kind of emotional relationship with your client, you will lose your license. That is the rule. You may not go to jail for it. There's no, you understand, but you that as far as that profession is concerned, you're not fit to be a part of them. You understand? So you lose your license. So that is why I'm saying there's a boundary between that emotional, that spiritual, that. So even the Bible says the man at his very best is still man himself.
Okay, so Olumide,
that's why I see it.
Olumide, the last quote you just quoted, when the Bible says man in his best state, is not man as in man male, is man human being.
That's right.
Now, I love the way you enter. That's where this conversation started from before Sister came in. We have a conversation on whether females have more discipline or men.
I think they do. They do.
Okay, so I'm of the opinion that there is no guarantee that women have more discipline when it comes to that than men. I still don't agree with that.
No. So this is the way I would look at it.
So,
women, we have women who are women be nymphomaniacs. They can't do without it in a day. There are women like that. There are men like that. There are men who are self-disciplined. But I think on the average, a woman can still, you understand? They can still. Why you find that most of the time the people who are found culpable in rape issues or rape incidents are men, because they're the ones
that's not a good. Hold on, Olumide.
They're the ones who want to force themselves on the woman.
Hold on, Olumide. Okay, see, this is not even a cultural. This is a global culture, not even an African.
That's true. That's true.
So on a global scale, men have the tendency, to hold back.
That's not true.
Hold on now.
That is why.
Hold on now, Olumide. You don't know what I mean by hold back. You don't know what I mean by hold back. When a man is assaulted sexually, he is not. Chances are the man will not go out and say it. One, he doesn't want to be shown to be weak. There are women beating and bashing, and I mean beating, as in physical beating their husband, that will never come out to say it because they don't want to come out to sound weak. And that is why a lot of men, when it comes to mental issues, die faster than women. That's a fact.
See, that's why I said, Jim, that's why I said I don't deny the fact that what you describe happens, but a large number of the time is what we're saying.
I'm contesting that large number.
Men assault women physically more than women. You understand?
Because socially, women are perceived to be able to complain. The woman can cry out. A man holds back. Give you an example. If a woman is financially stressed, she will fall back on friends, fall back on family, fall back on her husband, fall back on boyfriend, fall back on sugar daddy. If a man is financially stressed, he sometimes doesn't know who to go to talk to. Because especially if he's married, he wants to hold it together. He doesn't want to seem to be unable to provide. And that's why men die in their pain more than women. So when it comes to sexual assault, there are men who have been sexually assaulted, but they're struggling to say, how do I tell the world I've just been sexually assaulted? Who's going to believe me? And because that statistics is not out there, it's not added to the statistics.
Again, I say I don't deny what you've stated, but we are talking about a large number of the time.
That large number is what I'm contesting.
It's available in some societies. It may not be available in our society, but I know if you look it up, it's available in the UK, it's available in the US, and even here in Canada, I'm sure it's available. Women suffer it most of the time. They are the ones who suffer more rape incidents.
Let me put it this way. Chim, do you have statistics that you are challenging what Olumide said?
Yes. So let me explain to you what I mean. So I had this conversation. This thing we're talking, I had this conversation with an expert, and he admitted. He said the problem is that because men don't come out, that he agrees with me that because men don't come out to complain, so that their complaint is added to the statistics. That's why that statistics is non-existent. But
okay, that is not the point, Kitchen. The point is, let's say we don't have the statistics. Are you saying that men are more abused than women?
No, I'm not saying men are more abused than women. I'm contesting this notion that women are more abused than men, and I'm saying that's not correct.
Okay, but you just said that's not what you're saying. But what you're saying is that men.
Okay.
But Tim, what I'm saying again,
Pastor, don't work towards an answer. Listen to the logic of what I'm presenting to you.
Go ahead. Let me
the logic I'm presenting, sorry guys, is this. The statistics we're talking about is based on documented complaints. So if I beat my daughter, for instance, and then she goes and complains to the police, it's added to the statistics of what's it called? What's the word now when you beat a child at home? There's
domestic violence. Domestic violence, yeah.
But domestic violence. So if I beat her and she goes and complains, then it forms part of the domestic violence data. So they would say in the month of XY, we've had 17 complaints of domestic violence. Now, a domestic violence that occurred that was not reported is non-existent. So my point is this: when it comes to men don't complain. Because they don't complain, their data is porous. Bro, what we have is the statistics of the women that are predominantly complaining. It forms the statistics. However, if you are fairly open-minded about it and you look at it, you will realize that there is no guarantee that the women versus men is more. It is just that the men don't show up to complain.
Okay, Jim, I can agree with you that men don't complain as much as the way the women do. But saying that even though the statistics are not there, or the statistics more favor tend to go on the part of the women, I still personally, I would not, this is me personally, I would not agree. I would still say that the women are more abused. I'm not saying men are not abused. Men are abused. But the women, the rate is higher in terms of the men against the women. Yes, we don't talk out. I'm not going to go out and tell the police or come and tell that she slapped me or she beats me or this and that. It makes me look weak and cheap, and my ego.
You're making my point for me then.
My point, yes, but that does not mean that the rates is the percentage of the men is higher than there's no denial.
My brother, you know,
electricity. Can I just make a point? See, so for instance now, Kim, I'm reading from. I just looked up something. Canadian statistics of men abused versus women, and a website from Google pulled out Statistics Canada report for me. The rate of family violence was more than 2 times higher among women and girls, about 455, than among men and boys, 215. Meanwhile, the rate of intimate partner violence was more than 3 times higher among women and girls, 537, than among men and boys, 151. So we're not saying it doesn't happen in the men too, but we're saying the rate. You understand? In this part of the world, every report, they are very strict with you. Know that any incidents reported by authorities and agencies is a collection for data and statistics. But it is unfortunate that in our part of the world, we don't do that. You understand? A policeman will come, a lady may go to the station and report abuse or physical assault, and the policeman will say, what happened? Come on, go home and settle this thing, my friend. Pursue the woman away and not. In this part of the world, they will document such incidences and it will be part of data, passes to relevant agencies. But somebody will say, she data like Jenny, she not data we want job. It's everyday life.
Sorry, guys, just as an aside, there's a one black experience or whatever he did. You're obsessed with me since the first day you came to this program. I don't know what your obsession with my name is. Come and enjoy the program and go away. You're actually the one showing a lot of irresponsibility when you just come here every day. What is this chimp talking about? Who is attacking this chimp? Come and enjoy. Ignore me. Forget about me. In fact, don't even see me. Enjoy the other people. You're becoming very obsessed. I don't understand it. Please go ahead, Olumide.
So that is why we're saying. See, data is very. We know the importance. Yeah, let's say you know important. You know the importance of data in UK or Sister Dima. You know that UK, they are the king of data. You know, everybody looks up to them. They are the king of data in UK, especially when it comes to health issues. You know, with the British Medical Journal, BMJ, and everything. I'm sure you're familiar with that. And those numbers, they don't joke with it because it has made their society thrive a large number of the time. When they see those numbers, they analyze it. Oh, 80% of the time, this is what happened. 90% of the time, this is what happened. And when they see those numbers, there's nothing you're going to tell them about your country. When you see those numbers, you can't prove anything to them otherwise. It is those numbers they will rely on.
We're all Africans here, and we don't even need data to tell us.
Chim, can you continue?
I'm
gonna be backstage.
But don't go away. We'll come back. Oh.
Okay, but just continue.
Yeah. All right, no problems.
You're a nurse, a professional. You don't need data.
No. I'm saying to you that even in the absence of data, we know that women are more susceptible to abuse. Based on from a physical standpoint, especially from when the abuse is coming from the male folks, but also, my brother, there are loads of men that suffer in silence.
That's true.
I mean, then it now brings us to the types of abuse. There's physical abuse. Women are most likely to endure more physical abuse, especially, let's say, in a marriage setting from their husband. But men endure a lot of emotional abuse, especially when you're not a man who is holding on, who holds your own, like who is able to, live up to the expectations of your duties in a home.
Yeah, that's true.
You get. So I don't have all the data, and I've not made any research about the difference in the level of abuse.
I'm sure if you pull it up online, there you will see data for UK. I mean, I'm looking at the one that concerns me in my country here, but I'm sure if you look up UK, US, it's there. It may not be the most recent. I'm sure there will be 2-3 years back that Nigeria needs to start working systematically and scientifically to progress in not just in all areas, in all facets.
No, it will not work. It will not work when we decide not to put the right people into power. And that brings me back to yesterday's interview. Chim, I really want to appreciate some of you who were outstanding during the interview yesterday, because I wasn't there. Because he was my candidate that I managed to bring to the platform yesterday. You get. Unfortunately, Tone is not here tonight. I wasn't absolutely impressed with the way Tone handled the conversation yesterday.
So, can I ask you this question, because it's your candidate, based on what we know. So, and we know why he said that he left the Labour Party for the YPP. So, is it true? Do you know that there were allegations that Olumide Akpata bribed delegates in Labour Party? Do you know?
Okay.
Do you have any news about
that? First of all, let us start with the definition of what is bribery. Can someone pull off what bribery is? And I can show you how that bribery happened.
But we know it's a corrupt act when you try to influence people by.
Does anyone here remember when Olumide Akpata started buying buses for the Labour Party?
I think we heard about that in the news.
Before the primaries finally happened.
That's right.
He bought.
Does that act?
Hold on. Sorry, the conversation is. So you're saying he bought buses for the administration of the party?
Of course.
Hold on, KJ.
Hold on, Chim, let me ask the question, please. I'm asking you the question. Is this me? Are we discussing yesterday now, or we're still dealing on the issue that was picked up?
We will pivot back. I was going to say but I wanted to allow it to flow, and then we'll go back to what we're saying, so it doesn't look like you cut it off totally. So my question to him, please, if you guys would indulge me, is he didn't buy buses for an individual. He bought buses for the party.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
This same thing where we talk about how
we'll come back. Don't worry, please. We will.
You know, this idea of how we talk about when an interested person of interest who has interest, you know, how they hijack political parties. Because Nigerians do not support political parties, maybe by way of contribution and all of that, whoever adores the others tends to carry the day. So you might not call it, that he bribed people, but by the virtue, before the primaries, he had not won the ticket. The virtue of providing those buses, telling you are supporting the administration and whatever, the party and the whatever. Who are we kidding, please? Let us be honest with ourselves here. If we are honest people, can we say that might not have influenced?
Okay, so sister, I hear you. I understand.
So I'm not categorically telling you that he bribed someone, but I can tell you that some of his actions before the primaries.
Okay, so Osita,
was it just the bus incident? Was that all?
This is the only one I know about, my brother. Okay. I will not say something I don't know about.
So hold on, Olumide. So Osita, I hear you on the fact that he bought buses for the party, which is why I wanted clarification. Now, I understand the sentiment. I perhaps share your views. However, the point is, in as much as he did not induce individuals in the party, or the
buses? Is it an empty office that would drive the bus? Will still be driven by an individual.
Wait now. So, but those buses belong to the party. They don't belong to Obi. They don't belong to Abure. They don't belong to an individual. They're going to be used for the party. But I understand your sentiment. If I am I'm involved, I might also feel outmuscled by that kind of. I understand you. But the point I want to make is this. He gave something to the party. Then when it came to voting, so long as it wasn't rigged, so long as it wasn't snatched and ran away with, so long as he didn't give money to somebody to falsify things, and people voluntarily went into a voting process and they voted for him, then you can't accuse him of having done anything wrong.
See, Chim, I will now give you a counter argument. Okay? When the PDPs and the APCs, when they start to conduct their primaries, and you hear that a governor has chartered a bus to move the delegates to the election center, maybe in Abuja or Lagos, convention venue, and he will lodge them in the hotel. He will provide their food, provide their security, provide their money for them to go back. Is he not doing it for the party, in the name of the party?
No, that one actually is influencing votes. That one actually
influencing votes.
Yes, hold on.
I don't understand how all of us can't see.
It depends on how we see it, Jim. Because
buying buses. See, my brother, is a clear means of influence. You can't tell me that is not influencing.
He bought those buses to move delegates from different local governments.
I didn't say he bought the buses to move delegates. No, please. I didn't say that, please.
No. I'm saying potentially. I'm just.
Okay, Oscar, I don't want us. Guys, hold on.
It was quite sad for me that I wasn't here yesterday. But thankfully, some of you that are here on the platform,
I'm going to have to mute you. I don't want us to change the topic. I only wanted us to express our views while we go back to the normal. The core of what we're discussing today, because we're having a mental week, conversation. But let me, in closing that topic, there is a difference when I use my boss, go to Orode local government, pick voters for that election from Orode, and I move them to the convention center, or I give brown envelopes to voters so that they will vote for me. That's a different thing altogether. Let's be honest. But like I said, I understand your sentiment. If I probably was involved, I might feel sore to say this guy has used his influence to influence things. But the point is clear. He didn't give anybody money. He came to a party he had registered and said, okay, party, let me contribute boss to help us in what we're doing. And contribute boss and move the
Chim, let me tell you this. Let me say this to you.
So this will be the end, and then we'll come back to our normal topic.
Absolutely. Let me say this to you. If Olumide Akpata was not contesting for the ticket of that party, and he brought those bosses to support the party, I won't have a problem with it. See, if we are trying to say, let us build a better nation, let us build it holistically. We can't build it haphazardly. We can't build it by looking at one thing from one side and not look at it from the full picture. Assuming he was not contesting, and that's why I use that he is an interested party. And let us now, it will now become a question of the heart of hearts. If he were not in the race, will he donate those buses to the party?
Anyway, I don't. Let's move away from that because
we do not know that. But so long as he is an interested party, and he didn't do this after he has won the ticket. See, it would have been a different ball game that after he has won the ticket.
Jim,
he now said,
you see yesterday.
He now said, "I'm bringing those buses."
Hold on,
let me show you what Peter Obi did when he was campaigning. When he did this thing, got the ticket of the Labour Party. At least we didn't hear that he gave anything. To the party before. But after he started his campaign, he has won the ticket, he donated his own money and gave it to the party. If we want to do things well, let us do it well. I'm not everybody here knows, first of all, I'm not a fan of Olumide Akpata. And the reason is simple. I don't believe any of those three candidates have anything to offer Edo State. I'm not from Edo State. I also believe that the moment people continue to share the fact, is not leading Nigeria anywhere. So some people might have thought that my candidate, he's so innovative, he's so Elon Musk like, he's so who's the other guy, Mark Zuckerberg like, that is the kind of actually is the lack of innovative leaders that has kept Nigeria poor. The moment you start getting leaders who are able to innovate, who are able to think outside the box, because you can only achieve as much as you are able to envision. Nigeria is poor. We are lacking in money. I'm not saying that all his ideas are things that practically come to fruition, but he would tell you that he's someone who is really open to ideas. Who can sit down and imagine and recreate?
Let's move away from this topic.
Let's move away from this. But I wanted to commend you. Thank you for how you handled the conversation yesterday, and a good number of you who are here on the platform.
Thanks very much for that. KJ, you want to say something on it before we close it?
If you allow me, you see,
go ahead quickly.
I never commented on that man because I had followed his development right from when he was NBA president. It's nothing for me. It's nothing to write home about. There's nothing, whatever he's trying to portray now is not who he is. Who he is when he became, and his role as he ran as NBA president, and even how he got into the office and all that. So it's not somebody I have confidence in. He's just one of the packs. So I didn't make any comment about him, and that's why I was trying to stop us. Even trying to use P2B to compare, they are totally two, between light and darkness. This guy was NBA chairman when he couldn't even stand in for lawyers who were being harassed and stopped from entering their own chambers to go and listen to cases. DSS and SS and all the other nonsense, security people were throwing lawyers with their regalia and their old man cap, out of the court and stopping them from going into the court. The NBA never stood. The NBA never made. He was the NBA chairman when they threw that other guy into, the governor of Cross River State, one of those charlatans, threw one lawyer into cell. For how long? Nothing. He didn't do anything. So what's he going to do in the Edo State? Perform magic? Is he going to change overnight? But that's story for another day.
let's leave that and go back to our call for today. I mean, this is a mental health week. First and foremost, the original conversation that I think Pastor Yikoro, aka Andrew, started was talking about if there is an absence of sex. He was trying to link sex in marriage with mental health. So we know that sometimes there are, unions have challenges and how it affects the mental health issue of either party. Because in this instance, it can happen to either party. And I don't want to be, honestly, I'm not siding men over women. The only point, like I said, is that when it comes to some of the statistics we throw around, sometimes I have issues with them and I have reason why I have issues with them. But that aside, so when there is no sex in the relationship, can it lead to mental health breakdown by either party? So anybody can go. And that was where we started from before we dovetailed and kind of lost track a little bit. So maybe we start from KJ and go back in this order and then continue the conversation.
Sorry, what do you really want me to say on this issue?
No, because mental health. Is it possible that because you're not getting what colloquially the people say is quikus, maybe the spouse is denying you, or maybe there's an issue there, it's not happening. Sometimes maybe the man is having challenges, is not satisfying the woman and all that. Can it lead to mental health for either party?
I'll say no. I'll say no because you see, because I'm speaking now right from as not as an expert in the field, but as someone who is living life. It becomes mental health to you. Anything becomes mental health when you take it, you absorb it in all, and then you live with it. I'll give you an example. When I first left Nigeria and I got into the States, I realized that I was having mental issue.
Mental health issues.
Yes, mental health issue. When I mean mental health, just like the other guy defined it, not that you are behaving abnormal, but there's something that has actually you didn't know you had it.
Why I interjected was you said you are having mental issues. So
no, mental health issues. I give an example. Each time I hear the fire truck or the ambulance, I will jump up and I'm asking myself, what's happening again? What's happening again? What's happening? Even at midnight, I will jump up and I'm like, oh my God, who are they pursuing now? What's happening? So I realized that, all that I've gone through have built this in me. That even when I'm driving and the police, vehicle is following me behind, I get jittery. Okay. Are they going to, are they going to put on the light? Are they so this is because of the society I lived in. Those were signs of oppressors. When you are driving along the street and these guys are coming behind you, or if you don't give them chance, they run you off into the ditch. Okay. When you see those arms and everything, when you see a policeman carrying a gun, it means that and they are coming towards a direction, something must have happened. So that's something I needed to deal with as an individual. And I realized, I think I wouldn't have realized that if I continued to live where I was coming from. Now, but coming back to bringing it back home, you only accept if let me go straight. If you are in a married relationship, and that's the only one I'm going to talk about, I'm not going to talk about anything else after the marriage, and you seem not to be having what it becomes an issue. Sit down with your spouse and discuss. Oh girl, oh boy, this thing is not happening the way I want it to. What can we do about it? Okay. And if you have a good relationship with your spouse, you should be able to come to a conclusion that will help you and help her, because we are all not experts.
KJ, are you still there? KJ, okay. John Abba, over to you. If he comes back, we'll bring him back in.
All right. Come up with your question again.
Yeah,
I
you back?
think he's back now.
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, continue.
No, but I think my brother John, you can go on. I'm not an expert in this.
Continue,
like
continue.
No, conclude your
Nobody is
comments.
an expert. Nobody, the expert have come and gone. We are just speculating or spinning.
So what I normally do in terms of, as a who have been able to counsel 1 or 2 people, I'll tell them, look, it is good for both you and your spouse to sit down and work out what works for you. The Bible says marriage, whatever the marriage, the marriage bed is honorable. So whatever you would decide to do within the confines of your marriage and your bedroom is your business. So discuss what works for you and use what works for you to keep it together. But if, for instance, because some have had the opportunity to say, "Oh, look, there's something is not working, and I cannot deal with it," then in that case, we can't do anything for you. If you say it's not working and you cannot deal with it, what do you want the person to do? You only can when you see. That's one other thing I want to say to some of us when it will come to bash the church here. If there is no church in Nigeria that will preach faith, that will preach believe in tomorrow will be better, I'm telling you, my brothers, by now we'll be eating each other's meat. Okay, it is that Sunday tonic that has kept the people and the society going. So if you come to a pastor or a counselor and you say, this is what is the situation, and I cannot deal with it because it's not working, are you thinking the person is going to invent? No, I can only tell you to go and pray. There's nothing God cannot do. God can heal, God can cure, God can give you a better idea. But for me, some have said, oh, if there's nothing like that, there's no marriage. No, that's not all about what marriage is all about. Marriage is about, first of all, fulfilling God's purpose on earth. You marry for the purpose of God, first and foremost, to do what you have been called to do. And then the second for pleasure. So it's not that pleasure alone that is what the marriage is dedicated on. Okay? And that is my small take. I don't know, John is a bishop. He may have a better understanding the spiritual level and all that. So let me leave it to him.
Okay, John, go ahead, sir.
In honest, since we take it seriously because people are watching us around the world, I believe it can cause anything. It depends on the value you wrap around what make meaning to you and how serious you take things. So I believe that there should be a satisfaction if you talk from the aspect of the church. Church need to educate people and what it takes in terms of how to make marriages work on counseling way if they need be. And most of the time, I've experienced it in my early, when I was a little younger. I was not even married then. So that was in New York many years ago. And the church have 40 days, declare 40 days of fasting and prayer. And the I was staying in the church. I was single anyway, so it was good for me, and I stayed in the church. But the people were having problems, and they were coming inside the church in the night. This both male and female complaining, and for people to leave their house in the night to come to church to complain. So it should be a serious issue, and depends on how people. Everybody body is different, and everybody sexual life also is different. But then when it comes to one, there is, if there is a problem that a man or a woman is experiencing in their marriage and need a medical attention or any kind of help, because those things will matter as much. And if it is on the spiritual level of fasting and abstain yourself, should be discussed, just like the Bible says. to be discussed within the party. I think it's better when two of them can do it together. It will be better, but it's not compulsory. But then you cannot say it will not have impact. When I was a young man in my own village, I used to, very young, family will fight in the night. We hear them screaming, and then people. It's a tradition of the village. The people, especially if a woman scream or anybody scream, people run to go there for help. Well, in most cases, we find out when they are not coming out clearly that it was sexually things that involved in it. And so it's a serious issue, and I think it should be taken seriously. I think people pretend a lot, and that cause other problem. And like I said earlier, people sexual life, some are driven more than the other. And sometimes you'll be surprised that some women that have a sexual urge more than men. And in the sense of that, okay, you are fasting and you did not tell your husband, or your husband is fasting, he did not tell you. To be very honest, it have even caused one of my pastor friends very close to me. He lost his marriage. He was fasting. He's a pastor right now, and then he was a minister. And the wife could not cope, and the wife went and have affair outside the marriage, and the marriage broke up. So you cannot take those things lightly. It's a big deal, even though the society tend to be silent about it. So my own advice is that people should do what is needful in their marriage, understand each other, study each other, and have a open communication before anything. And let's say there's a difference between not even, there's a family again in Abuja. I don't want to mention the name of the church. They were going to church. The man knows that he was having an issue with his man organ, and he did not disclose it to the woman until they got married. And he kept praying and praying and praying and praying. And the lady approached his her mother. So, what is going on? Is that how marriage work? The mother said, what happened? He said, my husband always stay in the living room and pray all night long. So something like this should be taken seriously. And eventually, the man said he was believing God for everything is going to be okay, this and that. And well, end up also in divorce. So there are many things that we all have to be open as a society. I believe we can have a mental impact on any of the party, whether it's female or a male. All depends on how you handle it. And then is it before you get into the marriage or when you're already in marriage? Because some of those things can come in before and after, or when you are in the marriage.
So John, before you close, quick question for you to follow up on what you said. So let's assume that yes, we know that the man might have, problems. Let's say problems. I'm trying to be careful because I'm not sure if I can use those words on air right now. Now, what would you say should be the solution? Would you suggest that they go and do a medical test before commitment to be sure, or some will say they should start enjoying themselves before that time? What would be your recommendation?
Now you are talking about in terms of the one person do not even is not aware about the struggle of the other party before they go married.
So it can be both ways. No, in the case of the man, we know it's very straightforward. The performance.
Mm-hmm.
Performance. The woman, there's no way the performance level is always straightforward. However, the woman might be when it comes to the ability to bear children.
This is what the future of agriculture in Nigeria looks like. Here, we produce high-quality, nutritious feed for both our...
Is it Masca? Okay.
That was Masca.
So John, can I come a bit? Look, this thing didn't start today. And I'm going to go back as far back as 2003, 2000, and, I was in a church in Abuja. And the pastor, very gracious man, made it such a way that people will not be, because people used to go and bring, you have problem, you want to marry, you won't disclose everything. You are sometimes AS, SS, and all the S's that you have, and you not tell your spouse. So, and then eventually you trap them in, and because the Bible says, I hate divorce, those people are now trapped in and cannot go away. So what he did was to say, look, in this our small gathering, if you say you want to marry, both of you should go and get a medical report. In other words, you go get medical report, she go get medical report. And once he's satisfied that you are not SS, that's one. You are also good to go, that's two. And then we can now begin to talk. You see, people, the Igbos have a proverb that the Eneke bird says, since men have learned to shoot without missing, he too have become very wise. He will not pitch. Okay, he will fly without pitching. So people rope people into all kinds of things. And because of that, we also became a bit clever to beat that situation. However, when all this is done, and you discover that in the course of your marriage, certain things begin to happen that were not in the beginning. For both parties, is bearable and it can be tackled. Now, on the case of the man, there's nothing that cannot be treated now. Yeah, so the church advise you, since this is it, and you have been able to get medical, examination, go and get treatment, both for the man or the woman. This should not be a reason why people, will go their separate ways. But eventually, people have done that. Even people who are highly placed and leaders in the ministry have left their home because they see, this person did this also. And of the truth, I want to, also testify that some people, okay, not testify now, but just tell you, give an account. Some people, okay, deliberately know. They just want to frustrate you. They know what their life, their medical history has been. And then they see you, who is a charming young guy. They just want to block every chance and any chance of your being able to do anything. They will just continue until you have been given that word and gone through the process, and you find out that you are stopped. Okay. So that is it. And that is why I say it is not a reason to separate in marriage, but do everything possible before getting to that point. Know that you are not walking blindly into something that already have been set before you go to that point, to deal with it. Churches have helped, but some people still go, away from there. We will not, and I repeat, we will never advocate that you should go and get pregnant before you come to do marriage. Okay, supposing you try to go and get pregnant and it's not the man's fault. The woman's fault. It's your own fault. You can't get pregnant. What happens? You will have tested the forbidden fruit and gone your way because you can't do that. You can't get pregnant. Okay, if it takes 5 years for you to get pregnant, so you continue to test the forbidden fruit for 5 years until you get pregnant. No, that will never be part of our advice to any couple. Go and medically you can be able to find out whether it's possible or not, and based on that you can go ahead from there. Thank you.
All right, Chim, I know you were asking me a question, right? You can refresh it again. Oh, okay, you're on the phone. No. Unmute yourself.
Yeah, so what I was trying to ask, because actually I need to leave urgently. I'm trying to see somebody can come in and take over, but nobody's available. But let me ask my question quickly. So what I was asking is this. KJ has answered a bit of it, but let me repeat it for clarity. So we know that when it comes to the man's sexual issues are pretty much more straightforward. At least I'm being simplistic. I understand that, but it's a bit more maybe that it's performance-based, it can't last long, and all those things, which may trigger the partner, if they are not patient, to want to cheat outside or to break up the union, like KJ mentioned. But when it comes to the woman, usually you don't have performance-related issues clearly spelled out that way. It could be in terms of if the person is not honest, maybe they've committed several abortions or they don't have a womb anymore as that way. So my question was, what would you advise? Would you say that before both parties commit to that union, that they should go and do a kind of test to satisfy each party that they are both okay, so that nobody's entrapped? Or would you say, like some people will say who are not Christians or who don't hold tenaciously to Christian values, to say both parties should do test run before they get into the, you know what I mean by test run?
Oh, okay, I heard you. First and foremost, I make my own stand clear on issue on marriage and mental health, since we want to link it with mental health, because we are talking about how people can stay healthy and unnecessary stress that people bring by simple decision they can make in their life. When it comes, first and foremost, I think people should go and do medical tests to make sure that both of them are in good health. Um, and after that is done, if they are into marriage and peradventure anything else happen that causes any delay or any pain, if they cannot work it together, that one fit trap, I personally, I don't mind if they go separate ways. I don't believe marriage or relationship in life. I believe what I tell people is that there's no perfect life, uh, no perfect human being, so you will not have a perfect life. But you will have a level of endurance, a level of discipline, a level of value that you bestow upon yourself, and can influences you by your religion, by people around you, by your tradition, by your by everything in this world where you come from, can influences you to make a good decision, and vice versa. But in the terms of, okay, I'm not like KJ said. There are people that come to church, whether male or female. There's a guy, a friend of ours. When I mean our, talking about my family, he lives in Oklahoma. When he wanted to go marry, he went to church. And after he got married, the lady complained that now he left the church. He came to get her as a church girl, very obedient girl. Now he's taking advantage of her. He's no more coming to church. So, and go also with female also does the same thing. Some of them have run their race of life to a certain level and take advantage of maybe a poor boy that is struggling, and they know they have some medical, or maybe sometimes it not even be medical issue, but we say like a womb issue and all of that, and they use their influence and grab the young man, and they're struggling, and now you are more spiritual than the man, and you're the man more spiritual. So all of that, I believe if a man fit trap like that, personally, my advice, if you guys can go separate ways, because I believe that I always tell my younger ones that nobody want to live a good man, and no good man want to live a good woman. That's my belief, and doesn't mean that when we say good, there won't be life challenges. But what we are mean is that at least you are trying your best. Another one that happened to one of my guy around here is that they were in relationship, and these people here are very straightforward. He told the guy, I am not gonna have a baby. Something went wrong already. And the guy says, oh, don't worry, I know myself, God is gonna do it. And when they told me, I told the guy that if you say that, whatever come out of it, because it's very close to me, you're on your own, because if you know that you can't do without having a child, he already made it clear to you that she cannot have a child. If you are now claiming anything or otherwise, you are on your own, and tomorrow don't get me involved. And then and he said that he really don't care again because he already have one child. But the lady said, no, I know African people, they'll put pressure on me and all of that. So eventually he didn't walk again. So there are things like that is different. But in summary of my words to the world is that I'm not advocate of anyone struggling and they cannot work their differences together. That one has to be constantly be in pain to stay together. Meanwhile, I made it clear, life challenges throughout as a family, and we can solve it together. But then there are different things that happen that one is very abusive, whether it's verbal abusive or physical abuse or emotional abuse, all of those things that make you guys can't rectify it, and you cannot work together as a couple. First and foremost, that pressure is not only between you and your spouse anymore. It might extend it to the children. And sometimes those children in this society, they are very sensitive than you think. To my wife to protect me sometimes, my conversation with her, she would tell my children to go away. It's because she know the way they think and they don't want them. He's just doing it for my own sake, and I will do the same thing to her for her. So we have to look at things in a very different way to make our marriage work. Like we are talking about, to keep our mental health. House is a very beginning of everything. 1 minute conversation can turn your life around. So since you have and your day can be messed up. And I remember before I got married, I received a call one day from one of my good friends, and that messed up my day entirely. And you cannot continue just for one of friends. So how do you live with somebody that vice versa, going through that torture all time? Me, that's my stand. But this is a week of mental health. I hope we all come and give a testimony and we share our
Thank you, John Abbott. Thank you very much for that. Masca hasn't spoken. I'm going to give him chance. Incidentally, after Masca, I will end the broadcast because Forefathers is not available and I need to dash out to go do something very important. So I will let Masca talk because he's been coming in, and then I will end the broadcast. Masca, go ahead. You know.
Actually, good evening, everybody. Well done, John Abba. Well done, KJ. Olimide, how are you? Osita Dima, your person came. I think he did a good job.
Thank you, Masca. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Did you get the comment from all the other people when he spoke, after he spoke?
I've reviewed some of the comments. I've not completed the review. But like I already commended Chim, KJ, Olumide. In fact, most of the guys here on the panel currently, they dished out some great comments about him.
But I think you should equally pay attention to those that were not supportive, because in my mind, I think everybody meant well for the guy. So we should take always the positive and the not so positive, but in positive light.
There was this particular question,
and I think you should pay.
There was this particular question someone asked him, why couldn't he start from local government? And the guy made a very valid point, which I thought he handled the question very well. He said, when was the last time you saw local government election being actually fairly conducted? Which is a fact. And the issue of also experience, how can you, it's just like sometimes, in Nigeria, they ask somebody to provide 15 years of work experience, 5 years of work experience, when the guy has not had any opportunity to even work anywhere. But then again, the guy showed you clearly that directly or indirectly, he had employed over 500 people. He might not be paying them millions, but to keep people engaged and off the street. I would say people know more about the guy than they know more about Olumide Abata, just from him appearing here once.
Osita, but the challenge I have for him is,
okay, guys. I honestly need to go.
Okay.
Even if you're going, you can leave the
thank you, Jim.
You don't need to end the broadcast. You can leave the guys on.
No, I will end the broadcast and then you guys will continue.
At the background, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So you guys talk.
You can end the broadcast and we can continue conversing on the background.
Anyway, Chim, before you end the broadcast, please, I just wanted to say, for the topic you guys were discussing, I thought it was irresponsible of you guys to have that topic and be discussing it without a lady on the panel. It was very presumptuous of you guys.
No, Masca, okay, please. I know you're a very fair-minded person. At least you. So I actually offered, and I mentioned a specific person that I wanted to come on.
Yeah, I heard when you were calling Black Beauty.
And she responded. She said, incidentally, she won't be able to come in because she had some domestic thing she was doing. So,
so the most appropriate thing would have been to hang the topic. But you guys went ahead and discussed it. Okay, anyway, have a wonderful day. And
we've learned from that today. Maybe some other time we'll have those kinds of topics. We'll try and get a lady in.
Canton owns the broadcast.
So Ton says he's speaking to FF. I should hold on. I don't know. I'll give them a few more minutes, but I need to actually go. In the next 5 minutes, I need to be out of here.
But my own fear, Osita Dima, is even if the people of Edo vote the guy, how him vote go count. We know as it's in day now.
My brother.
You see, that's what. Hold on, Osta. That's what I'm saying. You see, if we want to change Nigeria, we must be prepared for both the good and the other one, because they have not still changed that system. So if we get, for instance, you get Masca going to contest now, we must also prepare for the easy way, or if they decide to run with it, grab it and fly with it, we should also get ready to match them for that. That's the only way we can bring change.
No, when you say match them, do you mean to start rigging elections?
No, okay, sorry. Guys, let me. KJ, hold on. KJ, hold on. So hold on. Sometimes we get to what's the word? We get to. Can somebody mute? Olumide, can you mute? So we get to. I'm looking for the right word. Mechanical in some of these things. You know, when I keep saying here that I use OB, KJ and others who have listened to me to say, what is he doing to make sure he hedges some of these things next time? People think, oh, leave him. You see, Tinubu in 2003 would have lost his seat. He would have lost his seat as governor like all the other 80 governors, because PDP really came out for them. Some of us, let's not forget our history. PDP came out to clean out the entire Southwest because OBJ felt he did not have a base. And Tinubu, being a smart politician, understood what he was trying to do. He took care of his side. He knew his people in the Southwest and Lagos were going to vote for him. But that not being the case, he still made sure he protected his votes. I don't want to start opening up a lot of things that I know that happened in the way he survived. I'll just leave it there. He protected himself. Unfortunately, some of us who are good people, yes, we know that people are going to vote for us, but we don't do anything to make sure we protect that vote. And then eventually we lose and we start screaming. My wife is calling me. So I'm actually going to end this topic because Tone hasn't come back to me. So, but I don't want to keep keeping them waiting. Guys, I need to go. We'll talk some other time.
Leave it on the background. Leave us on the background. Yeah?